Right, now to just pull up the chat in, on my phone. I shall be pulling the chat up in a moment. So, free. Oh, I see. There we go. There we go. Let's see here. Okay, I'm just gonna keep this on this. Okay, let's go. Oh yeah, you got to see an early screen of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. How was it? You apparently had gotten there late, so you got there late, unfortunately, so yeah, I assume you had a bad seat. But how was it? You loved it and thought it was fantastic. Okay, good. Because the Guardians have quite a bit to say on them, mainly involving their leader, but we'll get to that later. But anyway, hi everyone. I am Chimmerler15, and welcome to. Oh shit! Let me start recording. Welcome to my live stream of Rantstream, whatever, of the Avengers movies Part 2. Well, everything related to the Avengers movies, so not just the four Avengers movies, but the other four. Well, at least the ones about Captain America and Black Widow. Everything else, no. Anyway, let's see. Hi, Anthony, and Sluggy Man, and Maple, and anyone else who's watching. Okay, so let's get started. So, we're going to be covering four movies: Captain America: Civil War, Black Widow, Avengers: Infinity War, and Avengers: Endgame. I was going to do this 2 days ago, but I got burned out from watching movies, well, like in such a short period of time. So I was like, let me give myself a bit of breathing room and push it to Saturday because for once I actually don't work today. So yay! Oh, so that's how the third Guardian movie was. Ooh. Well, it sounds like it has Endgame vibes, but anyway. So, um, first was Captain America: Civil War, then Black Widow. Black Widow was a pretty. Black Widow was made like 2 years ago, though. It was released about 2 years ago, so it's technically the latest out of all these movies. But chronologically speaking, it happens before Infinity War and Endgame, if my sources are correct. And then we have Avengers: Infinity War, and then Avengers: Endgame. So, I'm probably gonna be stoned for saying this, but okay, so it seems to me that the general opinion is that Civil War is great, Endgame is great, Infinity War is good, and Black Widow is lackluster. Those aren't my opinions. They're not. I'm just gonna say it right now. They're not. Um, see, I'm gonna. I feel like I'm gonna be stoned for saying this, but honestly, I don't think Civil War is as good as everyone says it is. I'm sorry. I just don't. And same with Endgame. I actually liked Black Widow. Don't stone me, but I actually liked the Black Widow movie a lot. I understand why some people didn't like it, but I actually liked it a lot. And Infinity War to me is my favorite out of all of these. I just loved Infinity War. So yeah, I should check out Guardians of. No, I have to watch the first two Guardians movies first. But whatever. Anyway, let's go on to. But yeah, like I like Black Widow and Infinity War. Civil War was nice. I like Civil War. It's just that I don't think it's as good as everyone says it is, or at least I didn't like it as much as everyone else did. I should probably say that because there really isn't much I can complain about regarding the movie, other than a few things. But but yeah. Okay, so I guess we'll start. I've heard some folks claim it's the best MCU movie since Endgame or No Way Home, but I think I honestly prefer Guardians 3 over those personally. Then again, I might be biased because the Guardians of the Galaxy series is my absolute favorite in the MCU, but that's just me. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so I guess we'll start with Captain America Civil War. Okay, hold on. Let me just do something really fast because I'm just getting annoyed by this. So let's continue. Two post-credit scenes in that movie? Wow. Huh. Looks like Marvel's stepping their game up. Anyway, yeah, as Lego Kid said in the chat, Civil War introduces Black Panther and Spider-Man for the first time in the in the MCU. Yes, that's correct. So Civil War is the first movie that stars not stars, but that has appearances from Black Panther and Spider-Man, Tom Holland Spider-Man. And Homecoming takes place right after this movie, by the way, which I already knew because Homecoming referenced this movie, but whatever. Um, so what's I gonna? Oh, but anyway, yeah. So Black Panther and Spider-Man appear here. Um, so this movie is just about, it uses the trope of where superheroes turn on each other and then fight each other, but then come together. Well, actually, no, they don't come together here. It's just sometimes they don't come together, but basically, it's just the whole superhero Civil War trope or some shit like that. This isn't the first movie to do it, but or the first, like it's been present in games as well, but it uses that trope. So I'm just gonna talk about what the movie's about. I'm not gonna go through the whole thing. Um, so the Avengers are doing a mission. They're a mission in what was it, Nigeria? Nigeria, though. Yes, I'm glad they did that in Nigeria, in my country. Let's go. But anyway, they're doing this mission in Nigeria where Lagos, to be more specific, and I've been to Lagos, um, so that was interesting as well. But so they're doing this mission in Lagos, and they're trying to stop these terrorists. Like these terrorists fired a biological weapon. They had acquired a biological weapon, so the Avengers were trying to stop them. And okay, hold on one moment. Anyway, okay, so I'm glad you found Guardians 3 an exciting conclusion to the Guardians trilogy. Maybe I'll check it out, but I'd have to watch the first two movies because I haven't watched them at all. But yeah, so the Avengers were doing this mission in Nigeria, and it went it just it ended in disaster because a bunch of people were killed. Some of and 11 of these people were officials from Wakanda. So that definitely, yeah, that that pissed Wakanda off. And so Wakanda was like, these Avengers, this isn't the first time that shit has happened because of them or despite their help. We need to put these guys under a tight leash. And that causes tensions between the Avengers themselves because some are like, we should probably just do what the government wants. And but others are like, hell no. No, we need that freedom to do what we need to do. And so Iron Man, of course, is going to be on the side of the government. Captain America's against it, and then if you've seen the promotional poster, whatever the fuck it's called, you know who's going to be on what side. And okay, thank you. Actually, thank you because wait, no, no, actually, hold up. Actually, no, yeah, I agree. I think Winter Soldier was the better movie, so I'm glad I'm not alone in that opinion. But okay, so yeah, I can't remember exactly who's on what side, but yeah, like the Avengers split up, and then I literally forgot. I literally forgot. Um, uh, there was this one thing this one mission Captain America had to carry out. Oh yeah, he was trying to stop this. He was trying to stop this scientist. What was his name? Zemo? And he needed Bucky's help as well as Sam Wilson's help. Um so they were trying to go after this guy. But of course, Iron Man his allies they were ordered to go and stop Captain America and his team. And a bunch of shit happened. There was this big ass war at an airport. It was great. It was a great fight. Black Panther's there, Scarlet Witch, Spider Man, Captain America, Iron Man, Ant Man, Bucky, Sam Wilson, Rhodes. Uh, I feel like I'm missing a few. Black Widow, of course. I can't forget Black Widow. Hawkeye. Anyone else? There were 12. There were 12 people. Hmm. Okay, so Iron Man, Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Spider-Man, Black Panther, Scarlet Witch, Ant-Man, Rhodes, Sam Wilson, Bucky. There's one more person I'm missing. Who is it? I'm missing a person. Vision. Thank you. Yes, I knew I was forgetting someone. Vision. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So 12 people, six versus six. It was a pretty epic battle. I don't know. It was a pretty epic battle. And I have to say, Ant-Man. Ant-Man was probably my favorite guy out of all the people fighting there. Ant-Man was probably my favorite because he was funny and he kicked ass. I don't know. I just liked his character. Spider-Man was good too. Wouldn't shut the hell up, but he's a teenage kid. It's not surprising that he'd be really excitable. So this is basically his first big superhero battle. Black Panther. Yep, Black Panther was great too. Although, if I'm to be honest, I'll get into this later, but I feel like they could have handled his character a bit better here. At least that's how I feel, because I think like his character was. I feel like his character was not done enough justice in this movie. Oh yeah, speaking of Black Panther, the country of Wakanda was actually referenced in the last movie, Age of Ultron, but you don't see Black Panther until this movie, so that I found pretty interesting. I would not call Bucky that. And I know you misheard me, but don't worry. I would not ever say that. I would never ever call Bucky that. Maybe Lucky Bucky, but not Fucky Bucky. But anyway. But yeah, oh yeah, and if you're wondering who's in the right here between the two sides, I mean, the title pretty much gives it away, in my opinion. So yeah, Captain America is the one that ends up being right the whole time. Of course, that's not to say that Iron Man was totally in the wrong. He wasn't. The movie made that pretty clear, but Captain America is the one that ends up being right all along. But yeah, the Avengers are never really the same after that, unfortunately. At least until Infinity War. Um, yeah, the action was great in this movie. If we're gonna go for positives, the action was great. Great action scenes. Like again, that airport battle. Oh, it was just so good. As well as the final battle between Iron Man and Captain America. That one was pretty emotional. Like that one was just so sad. Because you see two people here who are supposed to be friends just beating the shit out of each other. And it's not and it wasn't even just because of the whole it wasn't even just because of the whole uh Civil War thing. There was also some beef between them. Some and if okay, so at one point in the movie, you ever wonder how Tony Stark's parents died? Well, this movie answers that. Um so remember Bucky Bucky, had spent a lot of his had spent, quite a number of years being an assassin, after he woke up from cryostasis. Um so he was the one who killed Tony Stark's parents, and that caused a bunch that made Iron Man really angry and tried to attack Bucky, and then he got angry at Captain America because Captain America knew but didn't tell him, and see, Iron Man and Captain America were already at each other's throats, and that just sent them over the edge. And so that final battle was just, ugh, it was just so intense. Like they were literally trying to. I almost thought they were trying to kill each other because it looked that way, or at least it almost looked that way. So yeah, Hmm. So yeah, great action scenes overall. Bucky killing Tony Stark's parents was actually an Easter egg implemented in Winter Soldier. Was it? Huh. That makes sense. I probably missed it, but that makes sense. It was during the scene with Arnim Zola where Cap and Black Widow discovered that Hydra still exists. Oh, okay. Huh. Oh, wow. Interesting. Huh, well, the more you know. But yeah, great action scenes. What else? I thought all the characters were great. I mean, I liked every single character here. The characters were great. Every single one. I liked all of them. Like, um, I don't think I even have a favorite. They're just all so good. I enjoyed every character here, and just watching them all interact with each other and fight each other. They're all great. The Black Panther was a welcome addition, as well as Spider-Man. So, I don't really have much to say, really, on that. Iron Man's Iron Man, Captain America's Captain America, Black Widow's Black Widow. Everyone's the same, and they all kick ass in this movie. It's really impressive that this movie was able to balance so many characters and give them a moment to shine without it bringing down the entire picture. I agree. That's what I liked about the movie. Like, none of the characters I feel like, well, with the exception of one, I feel like none of the characters were. I feel like none of the character, every character had a moment to shine. Like every character. No one could have been treated a bit better, in my opinion, but we'll get to that later. Um, anything else I can say? I don't know. I don't have much to say on this. This was also the one movie that addressed the collateral damage of the prior movies. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I forgot to mention earlier. I was going to mention it, but for some reason it slipped my mind. So or I think I did mention it, but I don't think I elaborate enough. So, um, it wasn't again, it wasn't just that one incident in Nigeria that made people question the Avengers. It was also just the shit that they did before, with that alien invasion caused by Loki in the first Avengers movie, as well as there are a few others. I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, that huge ass battle at the end of Age of Ultron in the country of I forgot what the country's name was. It started with an S, but whatever. Basically, the country that Scarlet Witch was from. She and her brother. There was also that. Oh yeah, and there was that final battle in Winter Soldier as well, where you had a shit ton of machinery and shit falling into the ocean or on top, or like all that shit. Um, or not ocean river, but whatever. And yeah, like just a shit ton of things that the Avengers did and that they caused. So it's like all that damage and the thing with that incident with the Wakandans in Nigeria was just the camel that the straw that broke the camel's back. So yeah. Okay. Um. Anything else? I thought the story was great. I thought it was pretty cool. I thought it was pretty cool. Like it addresses one of the biggest themes of any not just superhero movies, but movies about heroes in general, where it's a matter of where it's like it's like it addresses the theme of following the law versus breaking the law, as in like basically like it's like about like being it's about being like someone who serves the government versus someone who it's like, no, well, we're gonna do our own thing. Where it's basically just vigilantism. If that's the best word. I'm not sure if that's the best word to describe it, but it's basically explores that theme where you have these two opposing philosophies of do we do what we want, what we think is right, or should we just follow the orders of the higher ups? So it's like that. It explores that theme basically. Um, and the movie doesn't paint either one as completely right, but Captain America is the one that actually does end up he like he actually does end up being proven right in a way at the end because his instincts were right. Like and Iron Man's like, well shit, that was right. But Iron Man's not painted to be the villain or the bad guy here because he had reasons for feeling the way he did too. Yeah, exactly. This movie basically says that there really was no easy answer to this, no easy solution to this conflict. That's basically what it was. So that was a pretty interesting theme, and the whole Tony Stark's parents being killed thing just that was icing on the cake. I'm glad that they added that there because that made Iron Man even angrier at Captain America and Bucky. So it's like he was willing to work with them at towards the end of the movie, but then after finding out what happened to his parents, he was like, "Nah, fuck that. Y'all are going down." Yeah, that's the thing about Iron Man. He really is the most tragic character here. He tried so hard to do what was right, even owning up to his admitting and owning up to his mistakes, and the man still couldn't catch a break. Poor thing. Oh, I felt so bad for him. Like just the poor guy. He just wants to do what's right, but unfortunately, it just doesn't work out that way always. Doesn't always work out that way. Yeah, yeah. The moment he found out how his parents died, he was just like, I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm tired. That's it. I'm done. He just snapped. He fucking snapped. And he be and like no, like seriously, again, that final fight between him and Captain America, as well as Bucky, like holy shit, that was intense. Like you could really feel the anger from Iron Man in that fight. You could really feel his anger. I also love how the movie addressed how the conflict Tony has as Iron Man is that he doesn't want to stop being Iron Man. Like he never feels he's doing enough when he. Oh, hold on, you're typing more. I think he never feels like he's doing enough, even if he's giving the whole world everything. Yeah, that you do get that vibe from Iron Man, where he tries so hard. He tries so hard to protect the world, but he just never feels like it's enough because and it's not and you can understand where he's coming from because that's pretty much how these movies have been treating him. He tries his hardest to save the world, some other shit happens. Like he tries so hard to be a protector of Earth, but shit keeps happening. Like he just feels like he's never doing enough. I feel bad for him. I do. I feel bad for him. And it kind of gets worse for him, but we'll get to that later because I don't want to mention it right now. But you know what I'm referring to, Endgame. Well, not just Endgame, but Infinity War as well. But we'll get to that later. This also feels like the first Captain America movie where Steve Rogers puts himself and Bucky before others. This is the first time where he acts quite selfish. I actually agree. I'm not going to disagree with you there. I'm not going to disagree with you there. I'm not. And the movie knows this as well. The movie knows that Captain America was not completely in the right. He wasn't. Neither party was completely in the right. But Captain America actually was right about one thing. The whole about what the terrorist actual plan was, where he would be, what he was planning to do, and all that shit. So, so he was right about that much. Um, so yeah. Anyway, but yeah, like this. But yeah, this is basically one of those stories where it's like there's no single right way to feel. Like there's no single right way to feel about this topic. Like everyone has different ways of feeling, and different opinions about this. Yeah, that's fair, Maple. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I know you're not complaining because again, as I said, the movie doesn't portray Captain America completely in the right either because he's not. Besides, it would be pretty annoying if Captain America were always the one who was always right, always morally correct, never doing anything wrong when that just isn't his character. He is a morally righteous person, but he's not perfect. That's the thing. Yeah, exactly. It makes them more human. It's okay for people to be human. It's okay for them to have flaws. I'm glad that they actually didn't make Captain America perfect here. Iron Man isn't perfect, neither is Captain America. No one, no Avenger, no superhero in existence is perfect. Not a single one. Oh yeah, this is a very good story. And to be honest, I was pretty divided as to what my opinion of this of the issue was on the issue was. I was just divided throughout the entire film because it's like I see both sides here, and I'm sure the movie wants you to see both sides as well. Where it's like I don't know who to side with, I don't know who to support, I don't know who to root for. But then again, that's the point. So it's like, but so it's like, yeah, this movie definitely knew how to do the whole Civil War trope quite well. And at the end, Steve basically sacrifices the Captain America name for Bucky, which is why he gave up his shield to Tony. Yeah, because Bucky mattered to him more than um than the Captain America name, which I thought was sweet. And the death of Peggy made Steve more motivated to save Bucky since Bucky was the last person of his past that was still around. Yeah, exactly. Bucky's literally the last person around. He was the last person around, the last person from Steve's time. So it's like, you're all I have left. I need to save you, even if it means sacrificing my shield. Speaking of Peggy, well, we'll get to her later because you know what I'm talking about. Because it's I'm referring to the movie Endgame, but again, we'll get to that later. Anything else I can say? But yeah, a great story all around. Um, I'm just gonna put good music because really I can't name all these movies have good music, but I'm but most tracks I can't really think of easily, so I'm just gonna say that the music was good, fit the action, the dramatic scenes, all that stuff. The music was pretty good overall. Anything else? Oh yeah, I mentioned this earlier, but I didn't type it down. I guess it falls under point number two, but I liked Spider-Man. I liked the introductions of Spider-Man and Black Panther. So those were nice. Yeah, that's pretty much how I feel. The music serves the movie, but not a whole lot that stands out on its own. Um, I don't need to talk more about Spider-Man and Black Panther. Well, I'll speak a bit more about Black Panther in a moment, but yeah, I did like their introductions. Spider-Man's was pretty funny because like he acts like such a little kid, which makes sense because at that point in time he wasn't really mature, so of course of course he was gonna act like that. And it was funny because he literally would not shut up and he kept getting distracted throughout this fight. And the Black Panther was pretty cool too. I liked his fight scenes, especially the one with Cat where he fought Captain America. That was pretty cool. By the way, it's okay if we disagree. We are all just here to have fun and talk about movies made for geeks and children. Yeah, of course. Of course. You and I don't agree on everything. We agree on a lot of things, but not on everything, and that's fine. That's perfectly fine. Because at the end of the day, a lot of this is subjective. Some things aren't subjective, but a lot of things are. So it's okay if you don't agree with my opinions, or if I don't agree with yours. And not just yours, Maple, but everyone's in the chat or whatever. Because as I said earlier in the stream, a lot of people like Endgame. I find it a bit underwhelming. I'm sorry. I just, but we'll get to that later. So don't stone me, but that's just how I feel. Anyway, anything else I can say? I feel like I missed. There's one more thing I could mention. Because normally there are like five things I can mention about each movie. Hmm. Minus the individual elements. I'm trying to think. Okay, let's see. Character, story, music, action scenes. There's well, there was the humor was great. I like the humor. I mean, but then again, it's an Avengers movie, a Marvel movie. Even though not all of them employ a lot of humor, when the movies do employ humor, it's usually pretty good. So I particularly found the scenes with Spider-Man and Ant-Man funny. Those are funny. Two insects fighting each other, and they have the funniest scenes, in my opinion. If you want to, we can get to negatives. Yeah, I was going to. It's just that I felt like there was one more thing that I was. Fuck it. Hold on. Let me see something here. Let me just look at one of my previous presentations. Hang on. I feel like I'm missing something. The acting. That's what it was. Okay. Move. Damn. Why is Google Chrome being so slow? Right? Spider-Man said, "Holy shit." That was funny. Oh, hi, Diego. Send a hail here to us from Brazil. Okay, well, what's up, my Brazilians? They don't speak Portuguese, unfortunately. Okay, the acting was great especially from Iron Man and Captain America. Like, definitely great acting from everyone. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. Um, there was also this conflict between Scarlet Witch and Vision, I believe. That was also pretty intense. Like, yeah, it was just sad to see all these heroes turning on each other because, Vision and Scarlet Witch, they loved each other. So it was sad it was just sad to see them fight each other. So I like their acting as well. Everyone's acting was good, but like those four characters, Scarlet Witch, Vision, Iron Man, and Captain America, those probably made me feel the most emotional. So it's like, damn. Uh, yeah, exactly. Elizabeth Olsen is a great actress. I love her character. I feel like her character has definitely redeemed herself throughout these movies. Although she did make that one she did do that one fuck up. She made that one fuck up in Nigeria that caused 11 Wakandans to get killed. Wakandans, but yeah, but Scarlet Witch pretty much redeemed herself after the hot mess that she caused in the movie Age of Ultron. So, but yeah, definitely a lot of emotional moments in this movie because it tore because like the Avengers were literally torn apart. But fortunately, they do get back together in Infinity War, so there's that. But yeah, let's just go ahead and go to the negatives. Okay, negatives. Maybe I probably should recant what I said about Black Panther. I don't know why. I could be wrong about this, but now I'm starting to have second thoughts. Maybe I should just recant what I said, because I'm not so sure about it anymore. But are there any other negatives? Can I think of any negatives? It's weird because it's like this is the movie that I honestly liked less than Age of Ultron. Don't stone me, please. But that's just how I feel. That's just how I felt. Yet at the same time, I can't quite put my finger on what I don't like about this movie. I just can't. It's just weird. It's just weird where it's like a movie where there's a movie that you don't like or at the very least find a bit underwhelming, but you can't quite put your finger on why. It's like that for me, which sucks because I really want to articulate why I just don't like this movie as much as everyone else does, even though I enjoyed it still. But I can't quite pinpoint why. Give me back my roadie, Iron Man. Oh, I love that scene. Or, well, I mean, he didn't say that, but like, I love that scene where, Rhodes, unfortunately his suit stopped working and like, Iron Man, Sam Wilson, Rhodes, and Vision were all like flying in the air. I think they were chasing after something. I cannot remember. Well, it's like two of them were chasing after something, two of them were chasing after those two, and Vision tried to aim at I think he tried to aim at Sam Wilson but ended up hitting Rhodes instead, and then Rhodes hit the ground. Like his like Iron Man tried to go after him as well as Sam Wilson, but they were too late and Rhodes he hit the ground really hard in his robot suit. And uh it fucked up his spine. It really fucked up his spine. Like his spine was lacerated in several places. And Iron Man that was also that was also another thing that set Iron Man off. What happened to his friend right there, that sets him off. And he got so mad that he shot Sam Wilson in the chest when Sam tried to apologize for it. Even though it technically wasn't his fault, it was Vision's because Vision unfortunately missed. It was an accident, but Iron Man got pissed and just shot Sam Wilson. So that was another dramatic scene. But anyway, yeah, I would have to agree with you. Zemo was not a good villain to me. I would say that he wasn't. And I say this because he planned to tear apart the Avengers, but his plan was convoluted, honestly. It just, I don't know, it just feels like under normal circumstances his plan wouldn't have happened the way it did. Like, I'm trying to see how I can explain this. Because, like, I don't know, I just feel like his plan was just pretty crap. But to me, like, it's not even just that. Another issue I had with him was that Zemo himself felt really inconsequential. He just felt so inconsequential in this movie. Like, he was a villain, but he wasn't really the villain. The villain was really just the conflict between the Avengers. He felt like more of an afterthought in this film, if I'm going to be honest. Like, it's easy to forget he's there. If I'm going to be honest, it's really easy to forget he's there. It's really more about Iron Man versus Captain America. Like, Zemo is just there. He's literally just there. I mean, at least the Black Panther had got a chance to just to arrest his ass. It's like he was just fucking annoying. Like he wanted to tear apart the Avengers, and after doing so, he was just going to kill himself because he'd rather be dead than locked up. But Black Panther was like, nope, and then just locks his ass up. Yeah, they should have made somebody else other than Zemo the villain. I don't even know much about Crossbones, but yeah, like but yeah, like Crossbones would have made a better villain. So and it would have made the title make more sense because and that's another thing I don't like about this movie, the title. Why is it called Captain America Civil War? Why is it called Captain America Civil War? Like why is it not called Avengers Civil War? Why is it called Captain America Civil War? Because this movie is just this movie is about this movie is just as much about Iron Man as it is about Captain America. So why is it called Captain America Civil War? Like I don't get it. I'm sorry, that just doesn't make any sense to me. That just does not make any sense to me. Because he's one of the main characters, but he's not the most important one. Not even close. I just like why? I don't get it. It should have just been Avengers Civil War. Like I mean, I guess the people who made this movie didn't think of this movie as they thought of it more as a side movie than an Avengers movie, but to me it felt like an Avengers movie and should have been treated as such. So I don't get it. Because Captain America is the sole reason that Civil War happens with the Avengers. It's his disagreement with Tony and being alongside Bucky. That's what causes the Avengers to be divided. Yeah, but I still don't think the movie should be called Captain America Civil War, even if he is the reason for for the movie's existence. I don't know. I don't know. That's just how I feel. I feel like that's not enough to justify this movie being called Captain America Civil War because even though Captain America is the reason that this movie happens, I don't think it's enough to. I don't think it's enough for the title to be called Captain America Civil War. But whatever, that's just my opinion. But let me just go ahead and the one thing I see, Seymour was a crappy villain. Yes, he was. Okay. Anything else I can think of regarding the negatives? Because I don't think this movie has very many negatives. I think it has very few negatives. Because I'm not saying that this movie is bad. I just don't really like it as much as Age of Ultron. You can take out Spider-Man and Ant-Man and not really lose anything. Very true. Then again, they weren't really meant to be all that important anyway, so it's not a big deal to me. So I don't know. Anything else I can say? Because I really my biggest problem is that Zemo just felt so inconsequential in this film. They could literally could have replaced it with any other villain, and it probably would have been a better choice. I mean, his motive made sense. It's just that the execution of his entire plan was just really weird. So So really, I think really the only issue I have with this movie, the biggest issue anyway, is that Zemo was a shitty villain. He just felt so inconsequential. Okay, I guess we can go. But yeah, overall, Civil War was a good movie. Doesn't really have very many negatives. I just didn't like it as much as Age of Ultron. Yes, I liked Age of Ultron more. Don't at me. But yeah, now to talk about Black Widow. Oh man, I actually really like this movie, Black Widow. I know that there are people that don't like this movie, but I like it. I like this movie. I do. So it's just about, although they really should have made this movie a lot earlier than they did. They waited too long, but I'll talk about that later. So Black Widow. Okay, so this movie is about Black Widow's backstory. Like it's just about her, well, sort of. It's about her. It's a side story involving her that explores her backstory as well as the present. So it explores her character more than the previous movies did. You're quite neutral in this movie. That's fine. I feel like that's what some people feel. Some people just feel like this movie's eh. Some people don't like this movie at all. Some people really like this movie, like me. I feel like this is probably one of the most polarizing movies in the MCU, in my opinion. I feel like this is probably one of those, or maybe not polarizing, just maybe not so much polarizing. It's just lukewarm. Like I feel like this movie probably had lukewarm reception, but I haven't actually looked at any. Let me look at how well this movie did. Let me look at IMDb really fast. Yeah, I expected that kind of rating. Never mind. Okay. Yeah, lukewarm is probably the right term. Not so much polarizing, but just lukewarm. Where polarizing really just means like if you either like it or you don't, and there are very few people in between. Whereas lukewarm is just like everyone's just like this movie's mid. Um, you can see why some people don't like it, but honestly, I just thought this movie was great. But that's just my opinion. That's fair. Yeah, I can see why you wouldn't trust IMDb too. I just use it as a quick reference, like just to get like some idea of how what the general reception thinks, general public thinks. Some idea. I know it's not going to be entirely accurate. Anyway, so the plot is about Black Widow. She goes into hiding, but unfortunately, conspiracy, some villain is out to get her, and she has to go and stop that villain. And apparently, this villain is some old ass man who owns a network of female assassins, like a whole organization, and he literally uses mind control on them, and it's really, really fucked up. And Black Widow's, I believe, adoptive sister, uh, was Black Widow one of these? Well, yeah, she was, I believe. But anyway, but yeah, she managed to get out. Yeah, she was one of them, but she managed to get out. Her sister wasn't as lucky, but she eventually got out too. Uh, but she like escaped the mind control confinement like early in the movie, so like in the present, and then she and Black Widow meet each other and try to kill each other. But apparently they're so evenly matched that they're just like truce, 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 and so they end up working together throughout the rest of the film to bring down this conspiracy. I don't feel like going into detail with these movies, so I'm not going to. But that's basically what the movie's about. Oh yeah, and they meet other. See, they used to live in this family as children, but this wasn't actually their biological family, just a family that they were assigned. So they meet their father, Alexei, and their mother, Melina. I believe that's what their names are. Who also kicked ass, like all the family kicks ass. Because Alexei actually ended up being a super soldier. So basically, not Russian Captain America. Yeah, a Russian Captain America, basically. Um, and the mom was a brilliant scientist, an engineer. So yeah, but yeah, like they all ended up working together. They had this reunion, this touching reunion. That's full of That's filled with drama and love, a lot of both. And but yeah, like they all work together to take down the conspiracy. They all live. They all almost die, but they live. It's like see there was this like they had to bring down this big ass, what was it? It was either a ship or a large ass building or both. Like no, there was a large ass building, but the villain tried to escape. I forgot the villain's name. It started with a D. Forgot his name. Is it Drakov? I can't remember his name. But I can't remember. But like yeah, so he tried to escape with a bunch of men on this ship. Black Widow's sister. I forgot the sister's name. That's embarrassing. Forgot her name. Oh my god, I literally forgot her name. How could I forget her name? What was it? Shit, I forgot her name. That's embarrassing. I forgot. Oh no. I think it started with an A. I really cannot remember her name. No, why? Yelena! That's what it was. Thank you. I legit forgot her name. Oh my god. I'm terrible with names. Okay. But yeah, Yelena stopped the villain ship from escaping. She literally just jammed a metal pole into one of the rotors, and the whole ship blew up. So bye bye villain. The Black Widow saved Yelena from falling to her death. Oh yeah, and there's this villain called Taskmaster. Speaking of Taskmaster, the fact that I almost forgot about Taskmaster, that's one of the negatives I have with this movie, the villain Taskmaster, but we'll get to that later. Because Taskmaster to me was just poorly handled in this movie. But anyway, but yeah, that's how the movie Oh yeah, wait, hold on. So, um at one point all the women who were forced to be assassins in that organization, they were freed thanks to Black Widow and Yelena, and and they join Black Widow's family in like finding a cure for this mind control thing, as well as to destroy any remnants of the organization. Um, so whereas Black Widow holds, like they all, like everyone except Black Widow escapes before the police come and investigate the whole plane crash or whatever. It's like that whole area was just destroyed. Like, it blew the fuck up. And and yeah, so Black Widow leads the police away. Um, and she apparently dies at the end of the movie, and her sister Yelena visits her grave, and some other woman comes by. I forgot what this woman's name was, but she comes by the grave and tells Yelena who killed who killed Black Widow, and basically and that basically becomes Yelena's mission to go and kill the man who um who killed Black Widow. Who's literally the best part of the movie. How can you forget her name? I don't know. I agree that she's the best part of the movie. I just forgot her name. I remember her name, her the actress's name, but not the name, not the actor's name. This is embarrassing. Oh yeah, she did the voice of Goldilocks. That's right. What was her name? I don't know how to pronounce her last name, but her first name is Florence. And then her last name is spelled Pugh. I don't know how to pronounce that, so I'm not going to attempt it. And that plot element in the post-credit scene would be resolved in Hawkeye, which I have not watched. So yeah, yeah. She thinks Yelena thinks Hawkeye killed Black Widow, but of course that's not what happened. But anyway, I mean, well, not in the way she thinks. Although, to be fair, like that, what I'm talking about happened in Endgame. So yeah. But anyway, so that's something different, but still. But yeah, Hawkeye didn't kill Black Widow. Um, let's see. Anything else I can say about this? I think that's it. So that's how the whole movie plays out. Okay, positives. Yelena, the characters. Like Yelena was a great character. I loved her. Like she was funny, she was sarcastic, she kicked ass, she had attitude. I loved her. Oh, so that's what happens. Oh, okay. Maybe I should watch that movie. Is it on Disney Plus? Well, whatever, I don't care. Anyway, but yeah, like Elena was an amazing character. Right? Like I think she honestly carried the film. Her back must have hurt from carrying the entire film. Elena's back must have hurt from carrying the entire film. Because she carried the entire film. She kicked so much ass. And her character was just funny. And I really enjoyed her scenes with Natasha, where they're just talking and, trying to catch up with trying to catch up with one another, and just, talking like sisters, like real people, and not just hired assassins. Like Elena was great. I loved her. She was just such a good character. Like I couldn't hate this character. She was just so good. She makes for the perfect successor to Natasha as the next Black Widow. I agree. Or she could even be the White Widow. I don't know. I feel like white's more of her color than black. But anyway. Yeah, exactly. I feel like that's what everyone thinks about this movie. Like just the sister bond as well as the whole family dynamic thing. That was pretty sweet. As I talked a bit about this earlier, but yeah, like I did like the family dynamics because they did feel like a family, a dysfunctional family, but a family nonetheless. Like they all had beef with each other, but at the same time they also cared for one another. Now my now this is one funny scene where it's just after it was just after Elena and Natasha broke Alexei out of prison. Alexei tries to he tries to talk to the girls like normal, but clearly they're mad. Clearly they were mad at him, and Yelena just puts Alexei in the face. And then Alexei is like, "Ow, what was that for? Are you on your period or something?" And then Yelena's like, "I don't get a period, dumbass. Don't you remember? They literally sterilize you in the organization. They sterilize you. Like they cut off your ovaries and your uterus and all that shit." And then Alexei's like, "Okay, okay, I get it. Get it. God, you don't need to make it all graphic and shit." That was so funny. Like you can sense how pissed the children are with the dad. Like I was pissed. I would have been pissed too. I would have been pissed too. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, like she literally just explains the whole process in detail, unless he's like, "Oh, stop!" And that was funny. I replayed that scene like 3 times. It was just so funny. Yeah, that's the thing. This movie is at its best when the characters are just interacting with each other and being trying to be a family. And I also like the beginning too, where the characters felt like even more of a family there. Where like they look like any suburban family before they had to run away from Shield. And I really felt both Natasha and Yelena's emotions. Like for those children to go through such traumatic experiences and then to be split apart from each other, that was just really sad to watch. And then they both ended up being two of the best assassins in the world. Like, so there at least there's that. I imagine that might have pissed off parents that saw this movie, kind of like how Turning Red did. Oh yeah, Turning Red with the whole period thing. Like, I can understand being uncomfortable about it, but kids are gonna have to learn about this stuff at some point. And the movie was pretty child friendly about it if you think about it. It could have outright said, "Are you on your period? Are you on your period, man? Are you on your period? Oh my God, here, he's on." I'm like, no, they just outright gave her, tampons without explaining what was going on with her. So they handled it as best as they could. They were being rather sensitive about it. I was just surprised. I wasn't really offended or anything. I was just surprised because a lot of movies don't really do that because people are just they just don't want to talk about that kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. That it was intense as hell. Just yeah, like that was very emotional, as I said. It was just so emotional. Like I hate like it's just like it was just horrible for those children to go through such a traumatic event. Eventually, they brought down the like the people that caused that to happen. So I mean, there's that. They basically said it in the most humorous and least subtle way possible, right? So where it's like, okay, we're gonna talk about this, but at the same time, we're gonna, try not to outright say the word period, Where it's like, we'll talk about it, but at the same time, we'll be careful. We'll handle the subject with kid gloves. But anyway, family dynamics. I can't spell today. I can't fucking spell. Okay. Family dynamics were great. The opening scenes were intense and emotional. Okay. I thought the acting was great. This like point number three really just ties into this point, but anyway, the acting was pretty great. These characters actually did feel pretty human. Natasha felt pretty human. Yelena felt pretty human. Really, everyone did. Like, even Alexei felt kind of human. And the mother, Melina, she felt human as well. So really, I like the whole family. I think they all work. And their acting was pretty good. So really, Elena's acting in particular, I liked a lot. I love the humor. I already talked about one scene that was funny. There are plenty of scenes that are funny. But Yelena, I think Yelena was like she was responsible for a lot of the humor in the film. She was because she was very funny and sarcastic, especially with whenever she interacted with Natasha. It was funny. Like at one point, she made fun of Natasha, doing those poses as Black Widow. He's like, "Why do you pose like that? It's just so extra." So yeah, like she was a really funny character. Alexi was pretty funny as well, and Melina had a few funny moments. Like she experimented on pigs, and like she was experimenting on pigs, and at one point she did a demonstration with the pig where she's like, "Oh, I can watch. I can actually make these pigs stop breathing. Watch." And then the pig stops breathing, and then she literally continues to talk about her experiment, and then Black Widow's like, "What are you doing? That pig's about to die from no oxygen." And then she's like, "Oh, calm down. He would have survived for another 11 seconds." Even the pig seemed pissed at her for that. It's like, damn. So yeah, everyone. That's what I love about the family. They're all fucked up. They're all funny. Like, I feel like Black Widow's the most normal one out of all of them, but still, they all have issues, and it's funny. But yeah, like the humor was pretty great. Action wise, the movie was decent, but not a lot that stood out. Yeah, I'd have to agree. The action scenes, they were in the movie, they were great, but they weren't pretty memorable. That's the thing. The action scenes generally weren't memorable. There are only two that easily come three really that easily come to my mind. One where Yelena and Natasha ran away from Taskmaster, one where Yelena and Natasha are fighting each other in an apartment, and one where well actually there are two others. One where Natasha and Yelena are breaking Alexei out of prison, and one where um just the final fight with all the fights on at the the organization's headquarters. So I would say that the action scenes were decent, but they could have been, but they weren't very memorable. Oh, I guess I could put that as a negative later. Anyway, there were cool spy elements. I agree. This movie had some really cool spy elements. This movie does at least do that much right, among a few other things. But like, the spy elements were pretty cool. And I do like that there were a few twists here and there where it looked like Black Widow's mom was going to betray everyone, but she actually didn't. And that was actually part of her plan to help Black Widow and the others take down the organization, the Widow organization. So that was pretty cool. Like yeah, that's all I have to say about that. Like it really felt like these characters were spies, Natasha and Yelena, anyway. Oh yeah, there was a whole mask reveal thing. That was part of what I was talking about, but yeah, that mask reveal thing where it's like Black Widow and her mother switch places. It was ripped straight from Mission Impossible, which I didn't know because I've never watched Mission Impossible, so but it wouldn't surprise me if that's where they got it from. Hi Sean, what's up? Okay. Anything else? Good old fashioned water. Um, Mission Impossible is one of the fewer series that has gotten better with each new installment, and I can't wait for the next one coming this year. Nice. Anything else? Let me look back here. The story. The story was that was all right. I'd say the story was decent. Not the most compelling story I've ever come across, but I thought it was all right. The music, I'd say the music was decent because honestly, out of all the 8 movies in this timeline, the Avengers timeline here, this was probably the I said decent movies. I meant decent music. Um, this movie probably has the least memorable music I've ever I've ever heard. Although, except for this one song that Yelena sings to at the beginning of the movie, and then she sings that song later with Alexi, but and even then I don't even remember how that song went. But yeah, the music is just it's all right. It works, but it's out of all these movies I'd find this the least memorable. Okay, anything else? Scenes, character, story, music, humor, acting. I think that's it. Okay, let's go on to the negatives. The controversial twist with Taskmaster. Okay, Taskmaster. Okay, hmm. Where do I start with this character? Well, before we do that, let me go downstairs. I need to grab another bottle of water. Okay, so first of all, there was a controversial twist with Taskmaster. So Taskmaster. Okay, so I already know a bit about Taskmaster because he made an appearance in the first Spider-Man PS4 game. So I wasn't new to Taskmaster. I barely knew anything about Taskmaster, but I wasn't new to Taskmaster when I watched this movie. So Taskmaster. My biggest problem, as Maple said in the chat, is that Taskmaster. does not matter in this movie. Taskmaster is just irrelevant. Like the fact that I almost forgot that this villain was a thing. When I was describing the movie story, I almost forgot to talk about Taskmaster. That's how irrelevant Taskmaster is in this movie. Taskmaster does not matter. I'm surprised it didn't just like you could literally just write Taskmaster out of the movie because she did not matter. Like it's like seriously, it's just like why was she even in the movie? Why? Like I just don't get it because Taskmaster. I get Arkham Knight vibes from her. So I'm sorry, but that's just how I feel. So like Taskmaster was cool, like threatening someone who actually one of the few one of the few enemies so far without superpowers that gave Black Widow a run for her money. Because Black Widow was struggling against Taskmaster. Unfortunately, Taskmaster was barely even in the freaking film. And the reason why she was even in the film in the first place is kind of dumb and contrived, in my opinion. Because apparently, she was a woman who had been. Okay, so she had been injured by Natasha during the mission. Natasha was ordered to give the signal to blow up a building, but I even forgot what Taskmaster's name was. Like the woman, I forgot what her name was, but she was the victim of that, one of the victims of that explosion. And then the villain's name. What was the villain's name in Black Widow? I legit forgot. Let me look it up. Because the villain to me, I just didn't care about either. But let's see. Because I legit forgot. Dreykov. There we go. I knew his name started with a D. Dreykov. So Dreykov found her in that explosion and basically turned her into Taskmaster over the years. Well, we barely see Taskmaster in the film. There are two action scenes with Taskmaster, like one where she's chasing Black Widow and Yelena on on a Hungarian street, on streets in Hungary, but like and then there's the final battle in the movie, and then that's it. Those two moments where Taskmaster gets to shine, along with along with her first battle with Black Widow, but that's it. Like otherwise, Taskmaster just doesn't really have much of a presence in the film. Oh, the guy who played Dreykov with the voice of Papa Bear in The Last Wish, Ray Winestone. Huh. So Dreykov and Yelena voicing Goldilocks, voicing Papa Bear and Goldilocks in The Last Wish. That's funny. But anyway, even the Arkham Knight was more relevant than the Taskmaster in this movie. Yeah, you're right. The Taskmaster was so irrelevant that even the Arkham Knight was more relevant than she was. How does that happen? How are you so irrelevant to the point where you're even less relevant than the Arkham Knight? How? How does that happen? But yeah, that's one thing I really did not like about this movie. Taskmaster was highly irrelevant. And that just put that was one thing I just really did not like about the movie. Because throughout the movie I was like I was like, are we gonna see Taskmaster anytime soon? I wanted to see more of this villain because it's like she seemed so cool, and then that happened. It's, it's and not to mention that I was actually kind of expecting a cool battle between her and Black Widow at the very end of the film, but no, Black Widow just does a few moves and then not, and then manages to snap Taskmaster out of the mind control, and that's it. Oh, okay, that's it. Like that's it. Like no, like I want to. I was expecting Black Widow to pull up. full of Puss in Boots and actually manage to and challenge the villain and then come out on top. No, that doesn't happen. So, I don't know. Taskmaster was just a disappointment in this film. I'm sorry, but she was. I honestly didn't even care that Taskmaster was a woman this time. I didn't even care. I just cared that she didn't do much. She was just so irrelevant in this film. I'm sorry. Not really. But yeah, that's all I have to say. Anything else? So I was watching. Yeah, the final scene was pretty over the top. Although to be fair, I didn't really mind it all that much. But then again, I guess I'm used to that kind of crap. I mean, if I liked Age of Ultron, how about the final battle, a final battle like that wasn't going to bother me either because Age of Ultron, like had a similar issue where there was a lot of CGI in the last act. But surprisingly, I think it worked better there than here because at least in the Age of Ultron, you had supernatural entities, people with supernatural abilities, superhuman abilities, whatever. And then you have Black Widow, which is a movie that's mostly about people without powers. So I can see why having a final battle like that be crazy and CGI and over the top wouldn't work very well there compared to Age of Ultron. So yeah, I'd say that is a fair complaint. So you're not wrong. Although the final battle still didn't bother me all that much with how over the top it was. Yeah, that's another thing. This movie should have been made a lot earlier. It really should have been made a lot earlier, but it wasn't. Like the timing was just wasn't good. And it didn't help that I think from what I heard the movie kept being delayed. So that certainly didn't help either. Um yeah, this movie should have been released a lot earlier than it was. They wanted to make a Black Widow movie. This doesn't make any sense to me because Black Widow was one of the most popular Avenger characters. Well, she was a popular Marvel character, period. And like, why didn't they make a movie about her back when she was a really popular character? I mean, she still is popular, but you know, back then people really loved her. Like she was just really popular. Why didn't they make a movie about her back then? Like why? It's like if this movie had been made earlier, I feel like it probably would have gotten a bit the reception probably would have been a bit better. But yeah. But yeah, the pandemic really did not help this movie. At least it didn't. Here, let me look. Let me look at how it did in the box office. I want to see how it did in the box office. Let's see. Okay, so it okay, so it budget was $200 million, and the box office the movie made 379.8 million. So I'm not sure exactly if we can count that as a success because it technically grossed 183.7 million and 196.1 million other territories. So I guess it was a success, but clearly not uh, Marvel and Disney's best success. To be fair, it's hard to judge the box office results because it was also released on Disney Plus at the same time, I believe. Fair. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying, Maple. We should have made a movie, Black Widow movie a lot earlier. That would have helped Black Widow's not that would not only have helped Black Widow the movie, itself, but also would have helped Black Widow as a whole because honestly, she was just such a good character. And literally, people wanted a movie about her, been wanting a movie about her. And but unfortunately, the movie was released too late. Even after the Avengers came out, there was a big poll afterwards of which character they wanted to see a movie of. The winner was Black Widow, and they didn't do it. And apparently, the reason, according to Maple here in the chat, is that the guy that used to run Marvel Studios, Ike Perlmutter, didn't want female superhero movies because he didn't think it would sell due to the failures of Elektra and Catwoman. Yeah, but people want that doesn't really change the fact that people wanted a Black Widow movie. Like like we should have made one anyway, fam. People wanted one. People have been wanting one when the movie was released. Right. Yeah, Pearl Mother fucks Black Widow over. Thanks a lot, man. Thanks a lot. You ruined one of my favorite characters. If only Kevin Feige. I think that's how you pronounce it, Feige. Took complete control. If he had had complete control at the beginning, Black Widow would have likely been released either after Adventures 1, 2, or Civil War. That would have made sense because that definitely would have helped with what that definitely would have helped the movie. The timing would have been fine. Perfect even. But no, wait until 2021. And COVID didn't help either. Although COVID wasn't the only reason why this movie didn't do as well as it could have. To be fair, it wasn't just Pearl Mother. Most studios prevented doing female-led movies until Wonder Woman came out in 2017. Fair. Although I just don't get it. Why is it so hard for people to write female characters nowadays? It's not that hard. I don't know. Like if like dude like I don't know what what some of these people are thinking. Oh, these just won't sell as well as movies with male protagonists. No, it's not. That's not the issue. You just suck at writing these characters. That's what it is. That's what it is. Or you just misunderstand why people or maybe you're just misunderstanding something else. Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. A movie can be just because a movie that has a female lead bombs doesn't mean that it's because the movie has a female lead. Because at the end of the day, most people don't give a shit about what the gender of the lead is. They just want a good movie. So if a movie that has a female protagonist sucks, it that it if it doesn't do well because people don't like it. I mean, that could just mean that it sucks. That's really what I'm saying. The movie could just suck. Maybe it's not because the movie has a female lead. Maybe it's because the movie just sucks, and that's usually the reason why. I haven't seen either Elektra or Catwoman, but I don't think I want to. I'm sorry, I just don't. But it's like it's like female. If you're wondering why female led movies aren't doing as well as male led movies, it could be because people just don't know how to write movies with those characters in them. Like I don't know why. It's just harder. I don't know why some people just find it so hard to write for female characters. It is really not that hard. It really isn't. I, so if you s- so really, like I'm sorry. I just find it so damn frustrating. I do. It's just so stupid. Catwoman was considered. It's considered one of the worst superhero movies and even one of the worst movies of all time for a reason. Jesus. Now I'm afraid to watch it because what if I like get PTSD from it? Like on par with the PTSD I got from watching Pinocchio: A True Story. Is it that bad? I hope not. Probably is, but I don't know. But yeah, Black Widow should have had her own movie a lot earlier. Like, I just don't know why. I feel like I feel like that's probably part of the reason why. Okay, I heard that people don't like the Captain Marvel movie, and I'm sure that there are some dumb people out there who are probably saying that there are people that don't like the Captain Marvel movie simply because she's a woman, or it could just be because the movie sucks. I've never seen the movie. I don't plan to see it, but maybe the reason why people don't like that movie is because it just sucks. Maybe it's not because maybe it's not because it has a female lead. Did you ever think of that? But whatever. Yeah, it is that bad. Oh no, I'm afraid to watch Catwoman now. Go away. Anything else I can say about? But yeah, anything else I can say about the Black Widow regarding negatives? I think there was one more thing I wanted to mention, but I can't remember what it was. There was one more thing you said here, Maple, that I wanted to address. Oh yeah, back to the whole Taskmaster changing gender thing, which again I didn't care about. Honestly, I barely even registered in my head. So I don't care that Taskmaster's gender was changed. I just cared about the fact that she was so irrelevant. And as Maple said here, at least when Into the Spider-Verse changed the gender of Doc Ock, they did something cool and interesting with her. Exactly. I actually like that they changed Doc Ock's gender and personality. It made that was a very interesting version of Doc Ock, and I'm glad they changed it up. So changing the character's gender is not necessarily a bad thing. It can actually be interesting in a way. And Into the Spider-Verse did it pretty well. This movie did not. So that's just all I'm going to say. This movie just did not handle Taskmaster very well. The Fantastic Four 2015 movie. Ooh, ooh. I'm afraid to watch that one too. Like I try to give movies a chance, um, even if other people say they're bad. But I just get nervous whenever everyone hates on a movie, and I'm just like, well, maybe it's not that bad. And then I watch it, and I'm like, okay, it's kind of like kind of like that's kind of how I felt when I watched Ralph Breaks the Internet. Where I was like, I know people don't like this movie, but I'll give it a chance. And well, I didn't hate it as much as everyone else did, but yeah, it wasn't a good movie. So yeah, but anyway, kind of feels like the only main point of this movie is to introduce a Yelena into the MCU. Yes, actually, that's well, that, and yeah, because again, it feels like this movie's more about Yelena, if anything. It's about Black Widow as well, but really, Yelena's the one who carries this movie. She carries it on her back. I assume she's suffering from back pains right now because she carried the whole movie. But that actually ties into my point of this movie. It feels like this movie was made out of obligation and not out of a service to Black Widow, but just because Marvel just had to do it. It feels like this movie was made just because it had to be made, and not because Marvel wanted to make a tribute to Black Widow. Like this movie is not a good tribute to Black Widow. I enjoyed it, but I agree that it is not a good tribute to Black Widow. So yeah, like this movie, it feels like it feels like it just they made it just because they had to, and not because they actually wanted to. That's just how I feel. Because really, uh, this movie almost feels like a filler movie. If I'm gonna be honest, it kind of does feel like that. I mean, that doesn't stop me from liking it, but I was just disappointed that that this movie that this movie didn't give Black Widow the tribute she deserved. Well, exactly, it's a movie that just exists. This movie exists. It's just there. It's just there. It exists. As Dumbsville said, it is one of the movies of all time. That's what this movie feels like. That's what it feels like. And it's funny because literally the good parts of the movie, they're mostly about just Black Widow, Yelena, Melina, and Alexei. Those are literally the only characters that I feel like their family dynamics, the characters themselves, those were definitely the best parts of the movie. Everything else was ranged from decent to just so. So yeah, sorry. This movie just exists. Like honestly, I feel like this thing they could have just easily changed this movie into a movie about Yelena herself. They could have just done that. Like this didn't even need to be about this didn't even need to be a Black Widow movie. But eh. Yeah, we could have gotten Black Widow trilogy because Captain America had like three movies. Although technically one involved all the Avengers, that being Civil War, but Captain America had a much better he was treated much better than Black Widow was in this series. Because I was like, why is it that Black Widow has only one movie and it came out very late? Whereas Captain America has like three of them and they're all good. So it's like yeah. We could have had a trilogy with Black Widow. We could have. But it's kind of too late. I feel like it's kind of too late to give her a proper trilogy now, let alone a proper movie. So I feel like the window's closed on that. People are moving on to bigger and better things. Yeah, that's what I hate. Like Black Widow was just sidelined. They could have saved her character. Thunderbolts is supposed to be like the Marvel equivalent of the Suicide Squad. Oh, oh. So Yelena appeared in the Thunderbolts movie. Um, there was also controversy with this movie where Disney basically lowballed Scarlett Johansson for this movie from for some reason. Was there? I didn't even know that. I honestly didn't even know that. I did not know that there was controversy regarding Scarlett Johansson. I ought to read about. Yeah, hold on one moment. Let me see something. Oh, okay. 1 minute 42 seconds or something like that. Let me look up something really fast. Oh, okay. So that's what happened here. Walt Disney and Scarlett Johansson have settled a legal dispute over the release of the Marvel superhero movie Black Widow. Johansson sued Disney 2 months ago, accusing it of breaching her contract when it when it offered the movie on its Disney Plus streaming service while it was still showing in cinemas. She said this decision meant that she was deprived of potential earnings. That I now that I actually did find weird because I did because at one point I learned that this movie was released on in both theaters and on Disney Plus, and I was like, why? That I found really weird because that would deprive Scarlett Johansson of potential earnings. This is like, why go to the theaters so you could just watch on Disney Plus? So, oof, that must have sucked. So apparently Scarlett Johansson won, as I said. So, well, I mean, it doesn't look like from what this article says, she doesn't seem I mean, she seems to have resolved her differences with Disney, and she doesn't mind working with them again. Although to be honest, that's probably not going to happen. So, no, you're not killing my throat. I have water, so I'm good. Yeah, we still have Infinity War and Endgame. I know we're being kind of slow, but there's just so much to talk about with these movies. I should probably limit the number of movies I talk about. I mean, to be fair, I already do that. Like, it's like I don't try to talk about more than five movies in this, more than four, really. Five is just a little too much. But I try not to talk about more than four movies, but even then, I guess that's just a lot. So I don't know. It's just that there's a lot to talk about, you know? There's just a lot. But yeah, this movie just exists. Or at least exists. Oops. Only to give Yelena a movie. That's just how I feel. But overall, I did like Black Widow. But people are saying, well, you like Black Widow, but yet you say that this movie is just mid, or that it's just exists. I'm like, yeah, two things can be true at once. I can like a movie that's okay, or that's even bad. They're not mutually exclusive. I like Black Widow. I'm not going to pretend that it doesn't have issues because it does, but I still like the movie a lot. I actually do like the movie. When it's not about Taskmaster, I actually like the movie. Like, because Taskmaster was barely even in the movie. Like, that's my biggest problem with the movie, just Taskmaster. And among a few other things, Taskmaster to me just was just the biggest issue with the movie. Like, she could have been easily written out. But yeah, as Maple said, Black Widow is a decent movie with plenty of redeemable qualities, but suffers from coming out too late and not feeling as consequential to the rest of the MCU. Yeah, because I could easily see this movie not existing in the MCU. I could easily see it not existing in the MCU. And honestly, if I hadn't looked at the timeline beforehand, I probably would not have known exactly when this movie took place in the universe because it's kind of because honestly it's kind of confusing to me, especially with the endings with the ending scene, and you apparently have to watch the movie Hawkeye for that plot point to be resolved, which I don't care to do. So we're just going to move on to Avengers: Infinity War. Yay! To me, this is probably my favorite one, with Age of Ultron being a close second. Like, I just loved Infinity Wars. Oh my god, this is so great. Like, like this is my favorite Avengers movie. I just love it so much. I'm not gonna bother summarizing the whole plot because there's just too much going on in this movie, but not to the point where you can't process everything. It's just too much to summarize, in my opinion. So here's the story. There's this guy named Thanos. This giant space alien shit. I don't know what his race is, nor do I care to look it up. But he wants to collect six. He wants to collect six Infinity Stones. Six stones. Six magical stones called the Infinity Stones. He plans to use it to literally all of existence. Or no, just half of existence. So that he could use the other half. So that he could remake the other half, remold the other half into his image, because he feels like he is the sole arbiter of who gets to live and who doesn't. He feels like the universe is fucked up and messed up and in need of a cleansing. So he's gonna go Noah's Ark on this shit, on everyone. And he's just gonna be like, you know what? Nah, existence right now is too flawed. Let's start over and start a new era. And everyone's like, hell no. So they all, so everyone, the Avengers, Guardians of the Galaxy, so on and so forth. Captain Marvel, I think, makes an appearance too. They all join together. Spider Man as well. They all join, and I think Spider Man was an adventure at this point, actually. But anyway, all these heroes join forces and fight against Thanos and his army, only to lose at the end. They lose. Yeah, they lose. They fucking lose. They lose because because unfortunately they weren't able to stop Thanos from collecting all 6 stones. And when he snapped his fingers, that was he's that was it. That was it. That was fucking it. Literally half of existence was wiped out. They were all yeeted from existence. Oh, she's not in this movie? Okay. I didn't remember. I couldn't remember. I just couldn't remember. I was she in Infinity War? Because I know she was in Endgame, but I can't remember. See, that's what happens when you watch too many movies back to back. You forget shit. Hawkeye is a series, by the way, not a movie. Oh, okay. Is it on Disney Plus? It probably is, but I don't care to look it up. Thank you, Maple, because that guy was just fucking annoying. Anyway, yeah, there's no main character, no 3 act structure, no arcs or developments for the characters, and it doesn't really have an actual ending. It just stops. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. There's a lot going on in this movie, and yet it all works very well. The movie doesn't feel too bloated. I mean, it's quite a bit longer than usual. It has quite a long runtime, though not as long as Endgame. Not as long as Endgame, but it's longer than most movies, and like movies are typically like what 90 to 105 minutes, somewhere in that range. Like 90 to 120 minutes, I would say. But Infinity War is longer than that. It's like 2.5 hours, but that's fine. But yeah, like it had a lot going on, but yet everything still worked well. You could still follow what was going on, even if you didn't understand every bit of backstory in the movie, or if you didn't know about every single character. You could still follow what was going on. So they managed to make it work. This movie had a lot in it, and yet it works. You want me to just go ahead and fight his ass. I'm tired of him. I'm tired of him. Yeah, just hide his ass, please. I was about to do it, but yeah, I don't mind. But yeah, go ahead and do it. Just fight his ass. I'm tired of him because he doesn't seem to have any. He doesn't seem to have any intention of stopping. So eat his ass from my channel. Anyway, um, so Black Panther. I forgot he shows up as well as forgot what was the woman's name? The guard the female guard that fought that stands by him, the female soldier. I forgot what her name was, which is embarrassing because I watched both Black Panther movies and I still cannot remember what her fucking name was. Damn. I know what the Black Panther sister's name is, Zuri. She's in the movie as well. But anyway, those three from the country of Wakanda, they help out too. You'll be seeing quite a bit of them in Infinity War and Endgame. Guardians of the Galaxy are there, as I said. Although I didn't know anything about them when I watched this movie. But from what I've seen of this movie, they seem to be pretty cool characters. So maybe I'll check out their movies. Um, let's see. Doctor Strange was here, of course. I don't know much about him though. I really don't. I haven't even watched any of his movies. Um, any other people? I'm trying to think of others. Thor, I haven't watched any of Thor's movies, nor do I care to. Same with Iron Man, especially since I've heard that Iron Man 2 sucks, but the other three don't. The other two don't. Um, but I have no interest in watching those either. I've already seen the MCU Spider-Man films, so we don't need to talk about those. The Homecoming, Far From Home, No Way Home. I've seen those, and I have the DVDs. Well, 4K discs, but whatever. Any other people I'm familiar with or not familiar with? Captain America. Well, I've always known a bit about Captain America, so as well as no, Iron Man. No, I know almost nothing about Iron Man or Thor. Um, Scarlet Witch, Vision, they make an appearance. Anything else? Anyone else? Well, I don't know if I've covered everyone. There are a lot of people in this movie. A lot of people. Oh yeah, the Hulk, obviously. I know a bit about the Hulk. Black Widow, of course she was going to be in this movie. Know a bit about her as well. Uh, anyone else? Hawkeye, yeah, he was here too. Was he? Yeah, he was here. I have a hard time remembering any scenes from him, of him. I'm pretty sure he was in Infinity War. Was he? I don't even remember. Was he in Infinity War? Was Hawkeye in Infinity War? Or maybe he wasn't. I don't remember. I don't remember. Was he in Infinity War? Because I legit cannot remember. Bucky was, but Hawkeye, I can't remember if he was. It's embarrassing. Like, um, but yeah, I think that covers everyone. Oh yeah, then Gamora and Nebula. Right, they were here. Well, Gamora's, one of the Guardians of the Galaxy, but Nebula was like her sister. I forgot to mention Nebula. Okay, so Hawkeye wasn't in Infinity War. Okay. There was Ant-Man or Captain Marvel, but those three were in Endgame, yeah. Okay, so good. And I wasn't imagining this was because I did not remember seeing Hawkeye in Infinity War. Because apparently I think he had disappeared off the face of the earth. I honestly forgot what exactly happened to him. Because because like I think like he escaped at the end of Civil War. I think he went on a killing spree. He was trying to avenge, or wait, no. Or was that no, I think that happened after Infinity War. Shit, I'm sorry. I have the events in my head all messed up. I don't know, but basically he wasn't in Infinity War. Oh, they were under house arrest. Oh, that's right. Okay, thank you. I need to get this shit together because I keep mixing things up. But yeah, it basically becomes this movie is basically an intergalactic war. That's what it is, and it works. And it's just so great. I love it. Watching everyone kick ass side by side, and watching all these characters interact and work together with all these team attacks and shit. Oh my god, this movie was just so good. So, positives. The action scenes? This movie probably has the greatest action scenes I've ever seen of any Avengers movie. It's just so good. Oh my god. I think my favorite would probably have to be probably the final battle in Wakanda. That one was just intense, especially when Thor showed up after his little trip into space with the Guardians of the Galaxy. When he showed up and then started like swinging his hammer around and saving several Avengers who were pinned by monsters that were trying to get into the Wakanda past the Wakanda barrier. Oh man, that shit was dope. These action scenes are just so damn good. Like just watching everyone kick ass together. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people were excited for this movie because it just I bet this movie was hyped a lot um before it was released, which I wouldn't know because at that point I didn't really care too much about the Avengers movies. I knew they existed, I just didn't care too much about them. But after watching everybody, you know, but after watching everybody, go crazy over Endgame, it was like, okay, I guess I'll and since I had watched like the first two, so since I had watched like Captain America: The First Avenger and the first Avengers movie, I was like, you know what? Why don't I just watch these movies? Why don't I just watch all these movies for myself and see how I like them? So yeah, this movie basically has one main objective on its mind: get all of these Marvel superheroes together to stop Thanos, the villain they've been hyping up since the post-credit scene of the Avengers. Right, because Thanos had actually he appeared like he appeared like at the end of the Avengers. He did appear in that scene, in that final scene. And then he appeared at the end of Age of Ultron, I think. I think he appeared again at the after it was either at the end of Age of Ultron or Civil War, one of those. I think it was Age of Ultron, but I cannot remember. But he did make a second appearance in one of those movies. This movie was basically Thor at his very best and most tragic. Yep, and he gets worse in Endgame, believe it or not. And by worse, I mean he falls even deeper into like depression and shit. But we'll get to that later. But yeah, Thor lost his father, his sister, his home, and even his own eye. And his and he had continued. He had lost other people as well. Like yeah, and he even talks about this. He even talks about this with Rocket, one of the Guardians of the Galaxy. You know, the raccoon guy, who I love actually, but we'll talk about him later. Um, like Thor at that point is just on the verge of crying. Actually, he was crying, but not like outright bawling. Tears were streaming down his face. And it was just a very sad scene. Which is another thing I'd like to say about this movie. Oh yeah, and he lost his brother in this movie too. Like Loki died right before his eyes. Like Loki tried to stab Thanos as a surprise attack, which didn't work unfortunately. And Thanos just killed Loki right there in front of Thor. Like just right there. And it was just very sad. I love that scene with Rocket where you can tell Thor's trying to joke around to hide the pain and sorrow he's feeling, but he just can't, right? That was just a sad scene. He was trying to be humorous, but it just you could tell that you could see right through it. Like it was just sad. Which like so many feels in this movie. So many feels. So many feels, especially the ending. Like the ending got me in the movie. Actually believe it or not, I actually cried the regarding the ending. Like watching everyone just get blipped out of existence, like just Thanos snapped out of existence. And and then the one part that actually sent me was like, and I had already been on the verge of crying. There's this one part with Spider-Man where he's just it was just so sad it made me cry. Like it was like, I don't want to go, I don't want to go, please, I don't want to go. And then he just disappears right in front of Iron Man's eyes, and I was like, I actually cried at that part. It's like everyone else's disappearances were making me sad, but that one part just broke me. That just broke me. That broke my heart. That just made me so sad. Like the movie started off pretty lighthearted, and then that happened. Like holy shit! I was shook. I was traumatized by that. Literally, everyone was traumatized. Everyone. Like literally, the whole universe went to shit after that. The universe. Bye. Like everyone was just so heartbroken, depressed, and shit. Thor himself in Endgame, he let himself go. Like he literally let himself go. Like he even got fatter. Like he got a beer belly, and I was just like, Thor was already tragic in Infinity War. In the Endgame, he sank even lower. And once again, Rocket has to like help him through his depression. It was just really sad. People were crying. People in the theaters were crying when I remember hearing people in the theaters that were crying when Spider-Man was crying. See, same thing happened to me. Like Tom Holland, you made me cry. You made me cry. You're a good actor. You made me cry. It's like he was just a poor helpless kid. Well, not helpless, but you get what I mean. Where he was just like the poor kid was just he got Thanos snapped out of existence. Like poor thing. Yeah, that's pretty much how I feel. Like everyone being snapped out of existence. Well, not everyone, but that wasn't even that wasn't even the it wasn't even just that made me sad. But how everyone else reacted. That is what made me sad too. Like watching Iron Man literally walk. Iron Man saw Spider-Man disappear right before his eyes. That broke me. Like everyone literally disappeared around Iron Man. Doctor Strange, Spider-Man, the most of the Guardians. Like it was just so sad. Like everyone's reactions. Like it just broke my heart. Like everyone was devastated. They tried so hard to stop Thanos from getting what he wanted, but he got what he wanted. Yeah, most of the characters you I knew most of the characters were gonna come back, but unfortunately, like watching everyone react to that, it was just heartbreaking. It was so heartbreaking. Like it was just really sad. Like the ending just got to me. The ending had me traumatized. I was legit traumatized. This was also the movie that made everyone hate Star-Lord. Star-Lord? Oh, okay. 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 Yes. Yes. Okay. I was gonna get to that. Okay, so Star-Lord. Okay. Um, yeah. yeah, we'll get to that character later because I have a lot to say. I have a lot to say about that character. This was the movie that made everyone hate Star Lord. I can see why. Because I was actually going to talk about that later. We'll get to that later because I have a lot to say about that character. Or let's just say that they're not positive things. Okay. Yeah, I know. Don't worry. Yeah, we'll get to that later because oh, this character triggered me. Not even just his fuck up. Not even just his fuck up in the movie, but also just his character that annoyed the hell out of me. But we'll get to that later. We'll get to that later. So yeah, this movie was hella emotional, especially towards the end. Oh yeah, and another scene that was also pretty sad was, Vision dying right before Scarlet Witch's eyes. Because, she had to break the stone that was in his head so that Thanos couldn't get the last stone. But unfortunately, Thanos reversed what Scarlet Witch did, and then he still got the stone he wanted, unfortunately. So, oh my god, we'll get to Star Lord later. I have a lot to say about him. Oh my god. Oh man. But yeah, definitely a very emotional movie. Anything else? Okay. Okay. Anything else? Okay, so the characters are great. It's for what? We'll get to him later. But the characters were overall great. I'd say all the characters were good. Some were okay, as in not as in they, not as in like they were worse than other characters, but just because I didn't like them as much. Some were okay, like that alien girl with the two fucking lights coming from her head an antenna coming from her head. One of the Guardians, I forgot what her name was, but I thought she was okay. But like there are plenty of other characters I liked a lot more, like Black Panther, his sister, the female soldier by his side. I liked them. I liked most of the Guardians. Keyword is most. I liked all the Avengers, of course. Spider-Man, Doctor Strange. Like really all the characters were great. Except for a few. Well, really just one. And Thanos was great. He felt like a legitimate villain. Like, he was scary, he was big, he was powerful. But at the same time, he felt kind of human. You know? Like he had a human side to him. Like he just wasn't someone who just wanted mere world domination or whatever. He actually did have a human side to him. So he had a human side. So that was because like see okay. So at one point he literally killed Gamora so that he could get one of the stones. Like there was this one area, Vormir. I think that's what it's called. This one area in the universe, Vormir. Thanos traveled there with Gamora in order to get. I forgot what stone it was, but it doesn't really matter. He needed to get one of the stones. He had to go through this trial to get it, where he had to sacrifice someone he loved. And Gamora's like, "Oh well, too bad, Thanos. I guess you're stuck because there's no one you loved." And then he's like, "No, you're wrong." And then he dumps her in the fucking. He dumps Gamora in the fucking pit. She dies. He tries, but then he gets what he wants. And I'm just like, dude, what the fuck? But but yeah, and which which ends up and Star Lord finds out about this later, but again, we'll get to that later. We'll get to that later. But yeah, the villain himself was actually good. Funny how you saw Thanos as human. When I remember hearing Joss Whedon once said that the main reason he passed on directing this movie was because he couldn't humanize Thanos. Eh, well, this movie kind of proved him wrong. If you don't like Star-Lord, then you're probably not going to be a fan of the Guardians movies. Probably not. It really, like the other Guardians seem to be pretty cool characters. It's just Star-Lord I don't like. I just don't like him. I don't. Maybe I just don't. I'm sorry. I don't like that character. But I'll explain why later. Because honestly, this was the only character in the movie that I actually wanted to punch. I wanted to punch him. I legit wanted to punch his ass. But we'll get to that later. So, but yeah, the characters, they're all great, save for one. Oh yeah, Nebula was a pretty cool character too. And she gets even better in Endgame, but we'll talk about that later. Um, there are probably a few other characters I didn't mention, but basically I liked every character to varying degrees, some a lot more than others. But and there was just with this one character I hated. Um, let's see. The music was good, but again, it's the same as any Avengers movie, where the music is great, but most of it isn't memorable because I mean it's a superhero movie. You're gonna focus more on the action and on the music. Is it because you just don't like Chris Pratt? No, I don't think that's why. I don't think that's why. But and I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen much of Chris Pratt's material. I mean, I haven't watched any of the Guardians movies or I mean, I watched the Mario movie, the new Mario movie, but it's like Chris Pratt was fine in that one. He was okay, so I didn't have a problem with him there. But um, but yeah, I don't really know much about Chris Pratt to form an opinion on him. All I know is that I just don't like Star Lord in this movie. I just don't fucking like his movie. Okay. Oh, you thought some of the music was memorable? Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm just really bad at and maybe I'm just really bad at remembering what songs were in what movies or whatever. I don't know. Music isn't one thing that I paid too much attention to during superhero movies. It's just something I don't pay much attention to, but I think the music was good. Anyway, um, okay. So, great acting. Really, I can't name a single bad performance from any of the characters in this film. I wouldn't even say that Chris Pratt's performance was bad. It wasn't. It's not really him. I have a problem with. It's just his character. Like the actor himself, I don't have a problem with. I just don't like his character. But yeah, great acting all around. So yeah, I don't really have much to say because really like the acting is just good in the Avengers movies in general. So I don't have much to say on this. I thought everyone did a good job with the acting. The characters that were funny were funny. The characters that were serious were serious. The characters that were a mix of both were a mix of both. Typical. James Gunn, the director of the Guardians movies, did recently say that there were some things he didn't like about Star-Lord in this movie. Oops. I wonder why. But anyway, but yeah, great acting. Thanos was particularly an interesting case of good acting, where the man is capable of caring about people or loving people, but at the same time, he's willing to do whatever it takes to get what he wants. So he's an interesting mix of being someone who you could consider human in a sense, but at the same time, he's an extremist. He's an extremist, and it's just like it's just an interesting juxtaposition. So I thought that his character was pretty interesting and well acted. So really, I like the acting from all the characters. Doctor Strange was his normal self, as well as Iron Man, and pretty much, and all the other Avengers and Spider-Man. And Spider-Man is an Avenger technically, but why do I keep? I need to. Sorry, it's just like some. I don't know why I keep thinking that he's technically not one at that point in time. He is, but um, but yeah, like really, everyone had good performances. Like Thanos' performance was probably the one that stood out to me the most. Not because it was better, but because the character himself just seemed so interesting. But yeah, I'd say everyone did a good job. All the actors and actresses did a good job. Anything else I can say? This is also Doctor Strange at his best. I would. I can't really comment on that, of course, because I've never seen. I don't know much about Doctor Strange, nor have I seen any of his movies. Although I probably should. But he was pretty awesome in this movie. So yeah. Um. Let's see. Anything else I'm missing? Yeah, Spider-Man had quite a number of pop culture references in this film. He started making pop culture references, and Iron Man at one point was like, "If you make another pop culture reference, I." That was funny. Even Iron Man was getting annoyed with those. Okay. Let me see. Hang on. Did I cover the action scenes? I covered the action scenes. Uh, let's see. Story. I like the story a lot. I like the story a lot. I just like the idea of there just being this intergalactic war where this one threat wants to wipe out all of existence, albeit under some misguided misguided ideals, misguided extreme ideals. So like Thanos might mean well, but but the way he wants to carry out his ideals is just no. Like the dude is just he's a madman. Like, and I thought that made for an interesting villain, along with having all the superheroes we know, well, not all of them, but a lot of them coming together to defeat him. They lose, but they die trying, technically, so there's that. I just thought it was an interesting story. It's not incredibly unique, but who cares? Not every story needs to be unique, and in fact, most aren't. Because at the end of the day, really, all the stories we know are just retellings of different stories. That's just how it is. And that's fine. And that's fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. So this movie doesn't do anything new, but at the same time, it takes what we already know and then combines everything to make a completely to make a story that just feels unique and amazing. I just love it. My favorite one was when Iron Man called one of the bad guys Squidward. Get lost, Squidward. I love that part too. So he made a pop culture reference there too. Iron Man. Oh my god. But anyway, but yeah, I like the story. Anything else I can say about? Let's see. So music, acting, story, characters, action. I don't think there's anything else I can say about the positives. Oh, that was her name, Okoye. Right. Okay, so that's what that woman's name was. You know, the one that the one that accompanies Black Panther on missions. One of the warriors, the female warriors, the best female warrior in Wakanda. So that was her name. So I kept forgetting it. Oh yeah, that was funny. Like Scarlet Witch appears to fight alongside Okoye and Black Widow, and Okoye was like, "Was she just there the whole time? Was she up there the whole time?" Yes, yes, she was. Like Okoye always has funny lines. I like her. Like she's a funny character, and she kicks ass. See, this is how you write good female characters. Anyway, um, are there any other positives? I guess I could cover I guess the humor's there, like great humor. Probably some of the best in the series, if I'm going to be honest, because there was a lot of that. From Rocket himself, Rocket had some funny scenes, as well as Thor and Spider-Man, Iron Man, Doctor Strange. Like there were a lot of funny scenes from those characters, and then some from other characters, but you get the idea. Oh, her name is Mantis. Okay, okay, thank you, because I honestly forgot her name. And also some of the ones with the Guardians where Drax tells Star-Lord to talk about that part in the first movie where he challenged Ronan into a dance off just to distract him. I remember that part. That was funny. Yeah, the Guardians had some funny scenes. Romance's adorable line, kick names, take ass. And I'm just like, I think you mean that the other way around, where it's like you kick ass, take names, kick ass, but she tried. She tried. Mantis is adorable. She is. I love her. She's just so cute. She's alien but cute at the same time. You can have both. Mantis is best girl. Don't at me. No, I'm kidding. No, she is one of the best girls. It's like Mantis is trying so hard to sound tough. It's like you're trying, sweetie. You're trying. You're trying. Okay, but I think I've covered just about all the positives. This movie just has a lot of positives to me because it's so good. So much happens, yet none of it feels bloated or overwhelming. This is probably my favorite. I think I already said this, but yeah, I already said this, but this is my favorite Avengers movie. Yes, this is my favorite one. I know some people like Endgame more, but I just like this one more. Okay, I think those are all the positives. Negatives? I'm gonna probably sound really harsh here, but fuck Star Lord, okay? Fuck Star Lord. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm just gonna come out and say it. Fuck that character. Fuck that character. Oh my god, I cannot stand him in this movie. Oh my god. Mm. Oh my god. Fuck Star Lord. I'm gonna put in all caps too. Fuck Star Lord. Let's address the fuck up. Right. Let's address this character's fuck up. Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, and the Guardians and Iron Man were literally just about to get the glove off of Thanos' hand when they're all fighting on Titan. They were just about to get the glove off of Thanos' hand, and then the dipshit, and he's a dipshit. He knows he's a dipshit. Everyone knows he's a dipshit, so I'm gonna call him a dipshit. This dipshit decides to ruin it. Like he just okay. So what happens is that everyone everyone manages to restrain Thanos long enough for Spider-Man to start and Iron Man to start getting the glove off of Thanos' hand. And at one point, she's also on his body, like trying to restrain his head and whatnot. And she's also feeling what's inside his head. And apparently, she finds out that Thanos is experiencing some sort of pain, some sort of emotional pain. And then it's revealed there that Thanos ended up killing Gamora, which pissed off Star Lord, and now to the point where he ruined the entire plan by punching Thanos, who was at that point restrained, and Mantis had actually had him like she was trying to calm him at that point. She was using her powers to calm him, but Phil, Star Lord Quill, whatever, either name is valid. Phil goes and fucking punches Thanos and then ruins the plan because that allows Thanos to escape Mantis' hold over him. And then he shuts everything off and then puts the glove back on. And then they lose that battle. And it's all thanks to Quill. And Iron Man was literally saying, Quill, calm down, okay? Calm down. This is exactly what he wants. We almost have the glove off. Calm down. But no, he punches Thanos and the whole plan goes to shit. And yeah. I'm sorry, like fuck that character. Like fuck Star Lord. Like, dude, they were literally just about to get his glove off. They were about to get his glove off and you ruined it. Oh my god. I get that you were emotional, but dude, you you were literally fighting against an existential threat. And you oh my god. And Iron Man was literally trying to calm you down. Oh my god, you fucked up. Like just oh my god. And see that legit angered me. Because they could have stopped Thanos right then and there. No, he ruined it. Fucking Quill ruined it. Fucking Quill. Fuck Star Lord. Fuck him. And another thing about his character that I don't like, I'm not gonna say that okay, so I'm not gonna say that like I don't know too much about this character because again I haven't watched any of the Guardians of the Galaxy movies or even read any of the comics if there are any. So I'm not gonna say that I don't like this character because of bad writing. I'm just gonna say that I don't like this character because I just don't like this character. Because remember when I said how obnoxious Donkey Kong was in the new Mario movie? I feel the same way towards Star Lord here, where this character is constantly talking, constantly trying to massage his ego, constantly bragging to people, and never shutting the fuck up. And it just annoys the hell out of me to the point where I just want him to shut up. He's just one of those characters where that you want to shut the hell up. He's just one of those characters. I just don't like him at all. I don't like his personality. I'm sure he was written that way intentionally, but I just don't like that doesn't mean I have to like it. I just don't like his character. I hate his character. I just hate his character. I just cannot stand it. I can't stand him at all. He's just so fucking obnoxious. Like he legit how do the other Guardians tolerate him? How do they tolerate him? Can't tolerate him. I would not be able to last a week on that same ship with him because he's just annoying. He was less annoying in Endgame, but in Infinity War, Jesus Christ. I just cannot stand this character. Like, Jesus Christ, I just can't stand this character. And apparently I'm not alone because a lot of people just really didn't like him. The director of the Guardians movies didn't like how this character was handled in this movie. Like Jesus Christ. I just can't stand Star Lord. I'm sorry, I just don't like his character. Out of every character here, so he's probably the only character I dislike. Everyone else I either tolerate or like. Him, I just can't stand. I literally can't stand him. Like Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Every time he talked, I wanted him to shut up. And I always enjoy when the other Guardians would like take pot shots at his ego because he would deserve it. He absolutely deserved it. My God, sorry, but Star Lord triggered me. He legit triggered me. I cannot stand him. Fuck him. Sorry, just fuck that character. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done with this character. There's more to him than just being a quippy machine. Thank God. Maybe he's better. I figured he'd probably be better handled in the movies, but here he was just an absolute ass, a complete ass. Oh my God, fuck him. But anyway, sorry, I got really heated there. I'm sorry, but that character was just so unlikable. Like, like, I'm sorry, like, normally I try to tolerate characters, but that one character I just couldn't. Like, couldn't tolerate him. Everyone else I had no problems with. It was just him I could not stand. But anyway, let's see. Let me go back to my first one. I feel like the first 45 minutes are way too scattershot for me. Just the way it goes from scene to scene and bouncing between character and character felt really overwhelming for me. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm like, you're not wrong. Again, as I said, a lot happens in this movie. Um, Personally, I didn't find it that overwhelming, but yeah, like to be fair, like it is a lot to keep up with. Not enough to like where you can't understand what's going on, but enough for you to maybe be thrown off a bit because there are so many characters in this film, and they're trying to bring every character in, like like just get different groups in one at a time, and yeah, the first 45 minutes. Sorry, I can't speak today. The first 45 minutes. Um, were a bit shaky, but honestly, I still think they managed to make it work in the end. So there's that. But I feel like maybe movies should just not have so many characters to begin with, because I feel like that's probably part of the reason why this movie was like over 2 hours long because of all the characters. I mean, they still managed to utilize every character to the best of their ability, but except Star Lord, fuck him. But but um but yeah, like maybe people should stop putting so many characters in their movies because I feel like that can kind of backfire. Let's see. Another flaw I have is how underutilized Captain America and his team are in this movie. I actually agree with that. I'm going to agree with that because again, that's the problem with having so many characters. Captain America and his team did get a chance to shine, of course. They all got their chance to shine. But I will agree that they did have a bit less of a presence here than they did in Endgame and the other Avengers movies. To me, it felt like the Guardians had more of a presence in this film than the Avengers did, with the exception of Iron Man. Iron Man was exempt from this, but Captain America and the others, they were they could have been used a bit more. So I do agree with that because that's actually a feeling I've had, where it's like where I just had this nagging feeling that Captain America and his team, with the exception of Iron Man, could have been used a bit more. Because honestly, I felt like the Guardians had more screen time than most of the Avengers did. Which I'm fine. I'm fine with the Guardians having plenty of screen time because like they seem like interesting characters, except for Star Lord. This iteration of Star Lord, anyway. He's probably better in the movies, but here he just sucks ass. So yeah. So yeah, most of the Avengers could have been used a bit more. Okay, so I guess another one is how when he, Captain America just felt like a footnote compared to the other groups. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. 'Cause again, the Guardians have more of a presence than the Avengers did for the most part. But anyway, um, I guess another one is how when you think about it, this movie really does feel like a long prologue for Endgame. Like you can almost just take the last 5 to 10 minutes of this movie and have that be the beginning of Endgame, and there you go. Granted, I understand why they didn't because they wanted a movie where all the superheroes come together to stop Thanos, but still, not really a flaw for me, but just something I noticed. This does feel like a long prologue. You're right. It does. It does. You're not wrong there. Oh, hi, Scott. Any other negatives I can think of? I don't know. There's not. I don't think there's a lot that I could say that's negative about this movie, but there are a few problems with it. I already talked about them. Those being Star Lord and most of the Avengers. I can't think of anything else. Infinity War is just a really good movie to me. It just like I guess it's just a bit. It can be a bit overwhelming for people, and like there are a few characters that could have been handled better. But other than that, I think it's an overall solid movie. Like I just liked it, and I liked most of the characters. It's just Star Lord I just couldn't stand. It's literally just him. I feel like if the movie were to yeet him out of existence, then everyone would be then that would make the movie a lot better for me. Yeet him out of existence. Delete him from existence. Honestly, if anyone should like, I no, I'm kidding. That's just what I'm gonna say sounds mean. I don't want to say that actually. Let me not say that because that's just mean. Because even I wouldn't even want my own worst enemy to be Thanos snapped out of existence. So I'm not gonna go there. But anyway, I feel like Scarlet Witch and Vision were kind of mid in this movie. Really? Huh. Okay. I honestly thought they were fine, but different opinions and whatnot. Oh well, actually no. Well, sort of. Well, sort of. It's like see, when I say the Avengers, I keep thinking just Captain America and the other five. I keep thinking about the original six. I keep forgetting that technically there are more Avengers than that. So technically Scarlet Witch and Vision would be included, as well as Spider-Man. But I thought Scarlet Witch and Vision were handled fine. But I guess but that's just me. Spider-Man, I thought Spider-Man was handled fine too. He got plenty of good scenes. But yeah, Infinity War, great movie. Endgame. Mm, where do I start with this one? Because this one is just okay. So as I said, I'm just gonna come around and say it. I didn't like Endgame as much as everyone else did. I just didn't. I'm sorry. Also, it's one of those movies along with Endgame to where I need to be in the right mood to watch it, if you know what I mean. I think I do know what you mean. I think I do. Because honestly, Endgame was just really hard for me to sit throughout. It was just hard for me to sit throughout that whole thing. It was just too long for me. I'm sorry. This movie is too long. I think this movie is too long. But we'll get to that later. That's probably part of the reason why I'm not like I just don't like it as much as Infinity War, which is already pretty long. But I could handle that. Endgame I just couldn't handle in terms of length. I was just like 3 hours is too much. It's just too much. And I don't really like. I really like. I prefer to watch movies in one sitting rather than just like watching part of it, taking a break, and then watching it again. Unless it's a very small break, like a 5 minute break or something like that, then it's fine. But trying to sit through the whole thing that is Endgame is just very hard for me to do. Like, I'm sorry, I just had a hard time sitting through that entire movie. Hmm. But anyway, now people have to live with the consequences of Thanos' actions. Half of the population had been blipped out of existence, and everyone is just in low spirits, well, almost everyone. Captain America is actually Captain America's still actually out there doing stuff, not like hero stuff, action stuff, just talking to people and helping, like just starting support groups of people and trying to talk them through their issues. And Iron Man actually started a family. He actually had started a family, so he had a daughter whose name I forgot. I'm sorry. I can't. Why am I so bad with names? I don't know. I forgot what her name was. Was it what was it? Morgan? No, I don't think that was it. I think it started with an M. Fuck it, I can't remember. But yeah, it's just as Maple says. Like with Endgame and as well as Infinity War, you need to be in the right mood to watch it. I was in the right mood to watch Infinity War, probably not in the right mood to watch Endgame. I should not have tried to watch those movies back to back. That was a big mistake on my part. That was a huge ass mistake on my part. To the point where I was just like, okay, I'm gonna just sit Endgame down for a while and go do something else because I can't watch this whole thing in one sitting. I can't. I just can't. Oh my god. I thought it was Morgan too. But anyway, I remember Vision's powers were weakened when he got stabbed, but he was just so useless throughout the entirety of Infinity War, even before that. And Scar was just clowned on every moment. I guess that's fair. I still think that Scar was handled pretty well, but yeah, Vision was kind of shat on, and I guess he was a bit shat on in this movie. Now that I think about it, but he still had some nice scenes with Scarlet Witch, so there's that, I guess. Okay, so yeah, we should probably just talk about the negatives. Okay, let's talk about the negatives first. Let's do that because I feel like that's what I really want to talk about before I go to the positives because Endgame left a bit of a bad taste in my mouth. I liked it, don't get me wrong, I enjoyed it, but at the same time, I was like, this movie's overrated. So let's start with the negatives. It's Maple actually did make an interesting point in the chat, which I agree with. This movie feels disjointed at times, where it feels like it doesn't feel like one big movie, but rather just little movies in like it feels like it was made of little it feels like it's composed of little movies. Not just one it's not one big movie, but just little movies. That's what it, oh, so I was right, it was Morgan. Okay. Thank you, Scott. So Iron Man's daughter's name is Morgan. Okay. But yeah. this movie does feel disjointed because the first half is actually no, it's not even just like split into two parts. It's really about three parts. The first part is where everyone is all depressed and shit. Um, but then few people discover how to get everyone back, and then namely Iron Man and Bruce Banner. And then the next part is just getting all the Avengers together, the remaining ones. And then coming up with the plan. And then the third part is going through time. Actually, no, there are four parts really. The third part is going through time and getting all the time stones because Thanos had apparently destroyed all the time stones in the present time. So they had to go back and collect some from the past time. And then the fourth is just about the final battle with Thanos and his army. So it's really four parts of the movie. Like four parts. Okay, I guess disjointed isn't the right term. Maybe not disjointed, but it really does feel like because it is all connected in a sense, but it really does feel like four different movies in one. And that's just the feeling I got from it. So that's probably the better way to describe it. Just four different movies in one. And while each part was interesting on its own, when you put them all together, it just kind of doesn't look as good. So, so yeah. I'm sorry, but I just find that kind of thing off-putting. I don't like that structure. I just don't like it. I'm sorry, I just kind of don't like that structure. I'm fine with most structures in general. I'm not saying that there's a single right way to write a story or anything like that, but this structure I found was just rather off-putting. I'm sorry, I just don't like it. I don't like the movie structure. I know it's subjective, but I don't like it. I just don't. That's probably part of the reason why I don't like it. I just don't like it. I'm sorry. It's not bad. I just don't like it. I just don't. Um, okay, anything else? I'm having one of those moments where it's like I know that I there are reasons why I don't like the movie, but at the same time, it's just hard for me to think of them because it's just subconscious where it's just like you don't like a movie, but you can't quite tell why. I personally don't like this movie structure. That's part of it though. And another thing is that I found the movie too long, but we already talked about that. I personally don't think movies should exceed 2 hours. I'm sorry, but I just don't want movies to exceed 2 hours. I'm willing to like let them go past 2 hours, like Infinity War. Like Infinity War never felt overwhelming for me. I was able to finish the whole thing with one sitting in one sitting. Endgame, no. I was just like, no, I need a break. So yeah, I'm sorry, I just don't like that the movie's just too fucking long. So that's another downside to me. It's like 3 hours and 2 minutes, 3 hours, 1 minute, 3 hours long. And I'm just like, no, just no. I mean, granted, that technically includes the credits, but even if you push that aside, that's still a lot of movie left. And I'm just like, it's just too much. Although, to be fair, I'm not sure if they would have been able to cut down the movie's length. Which is, again, that's the problem when you try to put so much into one single movie. This movie probably would have done better if it had been split into two, in my opinion. I know some people probably won't agree with that, but I personally think this movie been better. Could have been just a two-part thing. Maybe that would have been better. But I mean, I guess Infinity War was technically already part one, but honestly, I think Endgame should have been split up into two movies. But that's just me. I don't think the time travel logic makes 100% sense either. Because the movie literally stated that, okay, so when it comes to time travel, make sure you don't interact with anyone in the past so that shit doesn't happen in the future that you don't want. But they do that anyway. Granted, granted it was out of their control, but it's like, okay, so you guys interacted with your past selves or past events or shit like that, yet nothing happens in the future or the present. So what's the point of even warning people about that if you're not going to follow through on it? Just I don't get it. So yeah, I feel like the time travel logic just. Although to be honest, I don't even care if time travel doesn't make sense in general. My biggest issue is just that why even point out the implications of time travel if you're not even going to care about them? That's the bigger issue for me. I don't recall the Hulk or anyone ever directly saying that. To be honest, are you sure? I could have sworn someone said that in the. I could have sworn somebody said something like that in the movie. I could have sworn. Maybe if not them, someone else. I could have sworn. Well, whatever. The idea is that something changes in the timeline. Instead of that timeline getting messed up, it just creates another alternate timeline. Well, that much I remember because at one point, one of Doctor Strange's contemporaries actually mentions that. I don't remember what her name was, but she was the one who ended up giving Hulk one of the stones. She actually does explain that. So that was mentioned. That much I remember. I could have sworn changing the past won't change the future. Oh, wait, actually no, I think you're right, Maple. No, actually I think you're right. Actually, I think you're right. Because well, then again, never mind. No, no, never mind. I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. I guess I just didn't make I guess I just didn't connect the dots. But really but really but whether or not the time travel makes sense, I don't really care. It's time travel sh- it's just hard to get right. It's just very hard to get right without messing anything up. So I'm so like if the movie didn't get it correct, didn't get it completely right, but I don't care. That's literally what the Hulk says. He does say it, but he says it in a rather convoluted way, if I remember correctly. I actually have to replay that part a few times to understand that when he's trying to explain it to all the other Avengers. And I'm just like, what? But, but, but no, he does technically say it. So, are there any negatives I can think of regarding this movie? It's just, I don't really like the way Hulk was able to turn to Professor Hulk just like that without seeing how he did it. Yeah, it would have been nice to see that process because he actually managed to combine his he actually managed to combine the Hulk with his normal persona. So he's like, I'll just live as the Hulk, but this time I'll just stay as that. I'll stay as the Hulk, while at the same time still having full control over my mind. So it's like so he combined the two. Like he combined the Hulk and his scientist self. So it's like now he's both. Okay. That would have been nice to see how he did that, but at least he tried to explain it. It would have been nice to see it, but I didn't mind that they didn't show it. I guess a two-part sequence would have dragged everything out, but like, I'm not sure. Like, I don't like that the movie is just so long. But I guess the length can't be helped. After all, this is supposed to be the conclusion to the saga, so I guess it's just one of those cases of yeah, the movie's too long, but there wasn't much we could do about it. I'm also mixed on how they handled Thor. Oh, really? Thor, honestly, to be honest, the way they handled him didn't really bother me, surprisingly. I'm surprised. Like I just wasn't bothered by it. Basically found it kind of funny and sad at the same time, but funny too. But I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. I like the way they handled his depressing scenes. There were way too many fat jokes that just kept repeating. Fair enough. They could have toned that down a bit. Um, but surprisingly, that didn't bother me. I don't know why. It just didn't. Anything else? I'm just having a hard time. I guess I covered the two things I just didn't like about the movie, just the structure and length, which some people won't have a problem with, but I personally do. I agree with that actually. Yeah, Captain Marvel. Like I found it weird how she appeared at the beginning, then she fucked off, and then she came at the end. Like, where were you? Actually, no. To be fair, the movie does point out that she has other shit to do because she had other shit to do because it wasn't just Planet Earth she had to help. She had to help other planets as well. So the movie does address that, but it's kind of like, well, if she was gonna be busy with other things, then why even have her in the movie to begin with? Like, I don't know. I don't know. At least she saved Tony Stark from dying before he went and died at the end, but at least she saved him. Like, I feel like I can understand why she wasn't present during the most of the movie, but to me, it's like, well, if you can't use her for most of the movie, then why even have bother having her show up? It's just I don't know. It's like why? Because I would like to see more of her. But she literally shows up, and we don't even see how she even got to that point, or how she. I don't know. I would like to see. I don't know. I don't know. It just did feel like that she came back at the end out of nowhere, and she was hyped to be in the movie by Marvel, but she was only in it for like 15 to 20 minutes total. Okay, yeah, that really doesn't help then. Like seriously, why hype her and not use her for the most part? I mean, her scenes were nice, but like, but like, she showed up for only like 20 minutes. So yeah, Captain Marvel could have been used more. That would have been nice. The writers did say that they didn't want Captain Marvel to come and fix all the Avengers' problems because they thought that would be underwhelming. I mean, why doesn't that sit right with me? I don't know why. I don't know why that just doesn't that what I just read doesn't sit right with me. Like you didn't want her to fix all the Avengers' problems. Not that I don't think they were ever, not that she would ever. I don't think she was ever planning to do that. But at the same time, you she was hyped for the movie, and yet she's shown for only 20 minutes. I don't know. I feel like just having Captain Marvel in the movie was a mistake because she really could have helped them a lot with their problems. So So, so like, if you didn't want her to come and fix all the problems, and it's just, which is fair, I get that, but then at the same time, you don't show her for most of the movie, and it's, I don't know. I just feel like she shouldn't have been in the movie. Period. If having her was going to be a problem for a good majority of the movie, then they should not have even put her in it in the first place. That's just my opinion. Like, just like, if she was gonna, if having her in there was for longer than she was in the movie was going to be a problem, then they should have just taken her out entirely. Honestly, I feel like that would have helped. Just take her out entirely. I mean, to me, she only does two things in the movie: save Tony Stark from dying in outer space, and where she fucked up Thanos' ship at the end of right at the end of the movie during the final battle. Those were two awesome scenes. Oh yeah, and she also helped the Avengers locate Thanos in the present, and then Thor went and killed his ass because he went for the head, which he unfortunately didn't do in the last battle in Infinity War, which he should have done. But yeah, that scene was just sad. But we'll get to that later. Um, she did have a few cool moments, but it's like, if she was going to be that problematic in the movie, then why even have her around? Like, she really should not have been in the movie, in my opinion. But I mean, I'm glad she was there anyway. What was I going to? Are there any other negatives I can think of? I think that's it. Because these were three things that I definitely did not like about this movie. That scene, by the way, is when all the female superheroes come together to assist Captain Marvel when she had the gauntlet and to have a girl power moment. Oh, I remember that. That was a stupid scene because Captain Marvel didn't need help. It's like Spider-Man's like, I don't know how you're gonna get through all of them. Don't worry. And then Okoye is like, don't worry, she has help. She didn't need your help. She did not need your help. She literally bulldozes through all those enemies. It's like she literally did not need your help. Put your ass down. Not the Marvel we're talking about. She did not need your help to go through all those enemies. She fucked up Thanos' ship single-handedly. Like, I'm sorry, I just, but yeah, like it was a girl power moment. To me, honestly, I didn't care that much that was a girl power moment. I'm fine with females, banding together and having their moments to shine. Honestly, I didn't think it was all that forced. Like, just what annoyed me was just how unnecessary it was. Because it's like Captain Marvel didn't need your help. Sit down. Yeah, exactly. Who cares? To be honest, I don't think it's that Captain Marvel needed help, but it's just that she didn't want any distractions while she was delivering the gauntlet through the portal. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. Although I guess the movie could have phrased that better. Then that's probably what was intended. It was strange so how seductive her voice was when she greeted Peter, right? Where Peter's like, "Oh hi, Peter Parker." I'm like, "Ma'am, I'm a child." But yeah, who cares if it was a girl power moment? I don't mind girl power moments as long as they're not, as long as they don't force, as long as they're not like thrown in your face. I don't think this was thrown in my face, but as long as it's not thrown in your face, I don't see what the problem is with it. Like I don't mind girl power moments. They can be, they're fine if they're done right. So really, I don't think that's a valid complaint. It's like, oh, this is forced and it's just a dumb girl power moment. What's so wrong with that? Nothing wrong with girl power moments. And this wasn't really all that forced. But are there any other negatives I can think of with this movie? I think I've covered just about all of them. The ones I personally had problems with. But really, like again, why have Captain Marvel in the movie? She could have been she could have been like a great asset to the team, and she still was with the limited screen time she had. But it's like if having her in the story was going to be that problematic, then why put her in it in the first place? That's just how I feel. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that people are so insane about that scene, I wouldn't have addressed it or thought much of it. Yeah, true. I think those are all the negatives. Positives. Plenty of positives. Plenty of positives. For one thing, the final battle was epic. Final battles, I should say. Final battles were epic. Right? When I'm just like Plankton, where I'm like, all right, I get it. I hear your complaints. God, just stop. But yeah, the final battles are epic in this movie. Like, especially, oh my God, no joke. When Captain America actually managed to wield Thor's hammer, I was like, oh shit. Shit is about to go down. It's like Thor, and Iron Man were all fighting against Thanos. Um, like, and it's like, and I was like, oh my god, Captain America can wield the hammer, which was foreshadowed in Age of Ultron, if you remember. So it wasn't a complete surprise to me, but it was still pretty awesome. I was like, Captain America wielding the hammer. Oh, but yeah, if you don't, for those of you who don't remember, this was foreshadowed in Age of Ultron, where if you remember, there was a party. I forgot to mention this during the last stream, but there was a party at the beginning of the movie where the Avengers were just hanging out in Tony Stark's apartment. Well, not apartment, whatever you call it. They're hanging out in this tower, and um, and there, and at one point, the other Avengers were trying to lift Thor's hammer, and the only one who could even move it, who could even make it budge was Captain America, and Thor noticed. So it was foreshadowed there. And then Captain America literally calls the hammer to his hand. And and Thor was like, I knew it. So yeah, that was pretty cool. So yeah, Captain America using Thor's hammer like that was epic. Oh, and Thor also got another hammer in this movie too. He had to make another one because he lost his. Um, or whatever. I don't remember what happened to it, but he didn't have it, so he had to go and get another one. And he made another one, fortunately. Um, though he needed the help of a large dwarf in outer space or whatever, in some colony in outer space. And he also needed Rocket and Groot's help as well. But yeah, so Thor ends up getting two hammers and lets Captain America borrow one, but the small, but his old hammer because he liked the new one he had. The Captain America was apparently was also worthy to hold, was also worthy of holding Thor's hammer. I was like, oh shit, shit's about to go down. That was probably the moment that got the most cheers from the crowd. I bet it was. I bet it was. Yeah, it was really odd to have all the Avengers, the female Avengers together in that girl power scene, except for Black Widow, because apparently, Black Widow had died, and I'll explain why later. But yeah, it was odd not to have Black Widow there. I really wish she hadn't died. I really wish she hadn't died. But yeah, the final battles were epic. Not to mention that thanks to okay, so just before that point, um, the remaining Avengers managed to bring everyone back. Like like they managed to use the glove to bring everyone back. The ones who were uh, Thanos snapped out of existence, who had been Thanos snapped out of existence. But unfortunately, shit happens, and the whole place gets destroyed, and Thanos arrives. And I could say exactly how this happens, but I don't want to make this too long. And that's when the final battle starts. And the Avengers are just trying their hardest to keep the glove away from uh the gauntlet away from Thanos. And at one point it looks like Thanos is about to win again, but then Doctor Strange calls and his friend and his allies in the mystic arts open up a bunch of portals, and all these Avengers and armies and shit all come out, and they're all facing Thanos' army, and I'm just like, oh my god, this is so epic. Oh my god, that was just so awesome. Like just watching all the Avengers that were Thanos snapped out of existence, like just reappearing and then kicking ass with the remaining Avengers. And Captain Marvel, of course, her appearance was amazing, going through and just destroying Thanos' ship single handedly. And like yeah, it was just an awesome epic. It was just an awesome final battle. And of course, when Captain America said, "Avengers assemble," oh yeah, oh yes, or he just said, "All right, everyone, attack!" And then that's exactly what happened. Everyone started kicking ass. Yeah, Captain Marvel literally just destroyed the ship. She fucked it up. She's like, "I'm gonna just yeet." Well, she didn't yeet, but she yeeted herself into the realm and then blew the ship up. And I was like, "Damn." Scarlet Witch kicking Thanos' ass. I remember that. Yes, my girl Scarlet Witch. She truly did become an awesome character throughout these movies, and oh my gosh, she kicked so much ass here. She actually managed to hold her own against Thanos, and it was so funny and epic. Like Scarlet Witch just got awesome in this. Like she got even more awesome than she already was, and I was like, yeah, this bitch kicks ass. Everyone kicked ass in this film. Every single person in this movie kicked ass. Like, yeah, Scarlet Witch literally gave Thanos problems, and I was like, damn, damn. She actually managed to give him trouble. It's like, okay. And that's not even her other most powerful, really, Maple? Wow. Holy shit. She is so damn OP in Multiverse of Madness. And she was already pretty strong in this film. Holy shit. Oh yeah, Iron Man. We'll talk about Iron Man's sacrifice later. Like that final battle, just was just so amazing. Let me see. I'm trying to think of other positives because this movie has quite a bit of them. Okay, so another thing that I liked, I guess I didn't mention this earlier, but to be honest, I kind of didn't like the first half of the movie. I'm gonna be honest. I liked the second half a lot more than the first. The first half to me was just eh, but the second half was when things started picking up for me. That's just how I feel. So I'm not gonna have much to say on the first half. That's positive, but the second half was just I just loved it. Okay, the acting was great. You could really feel every character's emotions here, like how everyone was just devastated after Infinity War. Everyone. Like literally everyone was just devastated. I felt it was just the first part of the movie was just so sad. You know, it just made me feel so sad. Like just seeing everyone at their lowest. And if you thought the Avengers were if you thought the Avengers were at their lowest in Age of Ultron, no, you have not seen them at their lowest here. Because in Endgame they are at their absolute lowest. It was also the first act which showed how the Avengers and the rest of the world were trying to recover from the snap. I will say that I like the first act more than the second. I'd say that there are four acts in this movie. The first one, I said this earlier, but the first one is where everyone's trying to recover from the snap, um, and and then someone finds a way to undo all this. The second act would be like everyone assembling the Avengers. Third act would be everyone going back in time and getting the stone, and the fourth act would be like everyone fighting against Thanos. So I'd say that out of all these, the second act is probably my least favorite, or either the second or the third. I would say it's one of those two that I'm not really too fond of. First one I'm fine with. I thought the first one was fine, and the fourth, but the second and third are just kind of for me, just so yeah. But but yeah, great acting from everyone. I like that that Nebula had more focus on this film than in Infinity War. Like her character was fleshed out more, which I appreciated. Which brings me to my next point. Great characters. Infinity War was too action heavy to have slow moments. Endgame leaves plenty of room for those things. Very true. There are plenty of great slow moments and times where characters can just talk and reflect and feel feel emotions and whatnot. Which just ties into my second point, but still, yeah. Yeah, Infinity War was pretty action heavy, which I didn't mind. I don't mind slow movies as well. I don't really care about the pacing of a movie as long as it's not too fast or too slow. As long as it works for the movie, then I'm fine with it. I don't really have a preference. Oh, you didn't? I don't think you missed much, Scott. Yeah, most of the characters were at their peak in Endgame. I would say that, or if not Endgame, then Infinity War. Those two movies were pretty much where every character was at the was at like their peak. I just wish Black Widow hadn't died. She didn't. I really wish she hadn't died. It just sucks. She doesn't even get she gets only one movie to herself and it's not even all that good, and then she dies in Endgame. It's like I hate that. Like I would have been fine with her death if she had gotten she had gotten treated better beforehand. But like, I just hated how she died here. I'm not gonna put that as a negative for the movie. It's just that it's not really the movie's fault that Black Widow, she hadn't been treated very well at that point. Yeah, Sonic Generations is kind of like that with the whole time heist segment in Endgame, where it's like, okay, let's go back in time and relive all these memories to get the things we need to get. So yeah, Sonic Generations actually does something like that too. You're right. I hadn't even thought about that. Black Widow's sacrifice felt like Blaze's sacrifice in '06, except it actually served the purpose. You're not wrong. Because Blaze died for nothing in Sonic '06. Because Manfluence got what he wanted anyway. Like, the whole point of Blaze dying in Sonic '06 was so that, Iblis would not exist in Silver's timeline anymore. It didn't matter, though, because Manfluence got what he wanted. He got to reunite with Iblis, and it's just like, why did Blaze die if her death wasn't going to mean anything. Whereas here, Black Widow died, but it actually meant something because it got everyone the time it got everyone one of the Infinity Stones. I forgot which stone it was, but it got everyone one of the Infinity Stones. Oh, it was a Soul Stone. Okay, so yeah, Black Widow's sacrifice actually meant something here. Blaze's sacrifice meant nothing. See, Sonic Team, this is how you write sacrifices. Sonic 06 was basically, you have to think of Sonic 06 as a perfect example of how not to write sacrifices. That to me that's exactly what Sonic 06 is. Because character deaths in that game don't matter. They don't. They just don't. So oops. Anyway, okay. I would say the humor was good. I would say it was good. Of course, there wasn't as much of it here as there was in Infinity War, which makes sense because it's because considering how Endgame started, there wasn't going to be a lot of humor in the first place. It would have felt out of place. But there's still some humor to be found. Like the Captain America's ass joke. That was pretty funny. America's ass. Where basically one of the characters made fun of Captain America's old suit. Like just one of his suits, and I was like, the shade. Okay. But yeah, plenty of funny moments in this film. So it's not as many as in Infinity War or any of the other Avengers movies, but that's to be expected because again, this movie started off dark and it ended in a it does get more lighthearted as we as it progresses, but yeah, like it wasn't gonna have a lot of funny moments because again, like literally everyone had literally been snapped out of existence. Oh well, half of the population, half the universe's population, at least half of Earth's population. No, half of the universe's population actually, not just Earth's. Sorry. To be fair, he does have a nice ass. No homo. Oh, Scott. But anyway, I'm trying to think of. I'm sure there are other funny moments, but that's one. But that's well. Rocket also does have a few funny scenes as well. I like Rocket. He's a funny character. Like I just love how funny and sarcastic he is. And he's working with Thor again in this movie, just as he did in Infinity War. And I like how they interact with each other. It's just funny. Okay. Any other? It was also nice to see Tony Gaines say goodbye to his father for once. Oh yeah, I remember that scene. It was so touching. Even though his father was like, "What is going on with this guy?" And he seems kind of familiar. If only he knew. But yeah. Anything else? Uh, I thought the story was good. I liked the story. Like everyone at their lowest, but then but then coming out their self-pity and depression to save the half the universe's population. And it was a very risky plan. It was an extremely risky plan. And the movie makes that clear repeatedly. But they managed to make it work. Unfortunately, Iron Man ends up dying at the end of it because he's the one he ended up putting on the glove and he snapped his fingers at Thanos and everyone. At Thanos, literally, Thanos and his entire army was snapped out of existence. But unfortunately, it ended up killing Iron Man. And so he ended up sacrificing himself. And Spider-Man and Iron Man's Iron Man's wife, I think, wife or girlfriend, I think wife. But she had a suit as well. She was fine in the battle too. Um, they're both there, just completely heartbroken over Iron Man's death, and it was just so sad. It was just so sad. I almost cried. I guess it was just very sad. His wife Pepper, yes. Okay, right. So it was his wife. So yeah, they both got to. They both. And this stings even more because Iron Man almost died at the beginning of the first movie. I mean, I'm sorry, not at the beginning of the first movie. At the beginning of this movie, he almost died. But then Captain Marvel saved him. Um, and that was even the only. And his death was even the only sad thing. Like he was also and said he was about to die at the beginning of the movie, where he was stuck on a stranded spaceship with Nebula, and he was actually forming a nice relationship with her, but he was gonna die because he was gonna run out of oxygen. So that was sad too. But then he got saved. But then later he ends up dying again, and not dying again, but he ends up dying, and it's just so sad. So yeah, Iron Man's death was pretty sad. He was a pretty tragic character overall. I already knew he was gonna die because I had watched Far From Home because that takes place right after Endgame, but at least sometime after Endgame. But but it was still a sad death, and he had a funeral too, and literally everyone, every Avenger or every warrior, every intergalactic warrior that fought alongside Tony Stark in the final battle went to his funeral. Every single one. Even a few characters who weren't even in this movie showed up. Like some kid from Iron Man 3, from what I've heard. I don't remember, but yeah, quite a number of people showed up. Yeah, I wonder if Nebula would have been fine without food and water too. I was wondering about that. I think she would have been fine, but Tony obviously not. But yeah, Tony truly was an amazing hero. Despite all the struggles he had running the Avengers, he still put everyone else before himself. And he saved not just humanity but but half of the universe's existence, but at the cost of his own life. Like so if you didn't think too highly of Iron Man before or didn't have too much respect for his character, then this movie might be the one that'll change your mind. Yeah, exactly. Tony had finally done enough for himself, which is why Pepper said that before he died that he could rest now. Exactly. He finally felt accomplished. Yeah, the kid in Iron Man 3. I was watching this review earlier and it mentioned that some kid in Iron Man 3 showed up at the funeral. And I saw him too. I was like, who is that kid? But anyway, but like I think he's the only character that I didn't recognize. Everyone else I recognize. Agent Hill and Nick Fury were there too. Even though they weren't part of the final battle, they did show up, which made sense because they were close with Tony. They were close to Tony. Anyway, but yeah, this story was pretty good, pretty emotional, plenty of emotional scenes like Black Widow's death, Iron Man's death, as well as just a lot of the first act, all the first act really. Like it's just a very emotional movie. Oh yeah, Steve got to go back in time and be with Peggy, including getting that one dance. He never got to get that dance, so he was like, "Wait, I'm time traveling." Like at the end of the movie, he was sent to go and put the stones back in their place, which he did. But then he was like, "Wait, since I'm already time traveling, why don't I go and see Peggy and give her that one dance?" And he did that, and then I think he also went and lived his life with her too. And then he came back an old man. At least I think that's what happened. I don't know, but in any case, he came back an old man, so he finally felt fulfilled and happy, and he ended up giving the shield to Sam Wilson, which was a very nice and touching scene. So, like at the end of the movie, at the end of the first Captain America movie, the first Avenger, where he's like, "I didn't get my dance with Peggy." He got it in Endgame, so it's like, okay, why don't we give Captain America just that one thing before closing the chapter on this saga? I don't know why, but the emotional parts of the movie didn't really affect me for some reason. I don't know if it's because I didn't watch much of the movies or if it's a me thing. I mean, that's fine. People are different. Some scenes will hit people, some won't. So yeah, I did like the story. Plenty of emotional moments. Um, and I also did like the scene where Hawkeye, Bruce Banner, and the others were all grieving over Nat's death. It was just sad to see everyone. It was just sad to see everyone, so heartbroken over her death. So Black Widow and Iron Man both sacrificed themselves just to save everyone else. Which I wasn't completely surprised about because again, Far From Home mentioned this that some of the Avengers did die. Um, so yeah, which was obviously one of them was Iron Man, but so Spider-Man ended up having to take over what Iron Man was. He ended up having to take over what Iron Man's did Iron Man's company or something like that. He took something over from Iron Man, but yeah, having to and which was actually um the conflict of that part of the conflict of that movie where Spider-Man ended up having to take on all that responsibility and at such a young age too, all while trying to go to school and just having the field trip with his friends. Maybe I need to rewatch Far From Home now that I've watched Endgame. I feel like that movie will make more sense now that I've watched it. Although it probably won't make much of a difference because, I was able to understand most of the movie just fine, even without having watched Endgame. But whatever. Your team is losing again? Maple, come on, your team needs to get it together. The music. The music. I'd say it's good. There's not a lot of it, but I'd say it's good. Particularly during the final battle. The music was pretty cool. Especially when Captain Marvel showed up. Um, this is probably the worst thing I've ever seen from them in my lifetime. What a disaster. Ooh. I think Happy took over the company, but Peter kept his Spire suit. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, so Happy took over the company. Happy also appears in Endgame. I forgot to mention that. He appears in Endgame. Um, I think he definitely appears at Iron Man's funeral, but I'm not sure if he appeared before that point in Endgame, but he did appear at Iron Man's funeral at the very least. And he was even seen talking with Iron Man's daughter. So, yeah. I think these movies really did make me interested in Iron Man as a character. I mean, I already thought he was cool, but like he was just one of those people where you thought was cool, but you just never really were all that interested in. I feel like this movie made me a bit more interested in him. I think, especially in Endgame, like I've grown to respect this character so much. Like this character is so awesome that even Thanos finds him a nuisance. Thanos finds Iron Man a nuisance. It's just like that's just how badass Iron Man is. He's so fucking badass. I love it. He doesn't have superpowers, and so he makes up for that with technology, and he kicks ass, and he's smart as hell. Like Iron Man is just awesome. My team is the Cardinals. Ew. It's apparently their worst start to the season since 1973, literally 50 years ago. So I guess should we use time stones then to get them back to? No, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. Like let's use the Infinity Stones to go back in time and hopefully make some changes to their team. No, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. So Pepper took over the company. Happy status in the system, whatever. Peter got to keep the Iron Spire suit and eventually got the Iden sunglasses. Oh, okay, so that's what it was. To be honest, I need to rewatch Far From Home. because I literally forgot a few of those details. I still remember most of the plot, but there are few details I forgot about. Sorry, I won't talk about them anymore. But what a hot ass mess they are right now. That's fine. Like I don't mind if you go off topic a bit. Besides, as humans, it's just habitually hard for us to stay on topic for long periods of time. I don't think our minds are wired for that. But but anyway, I think I've just Endgame really to me, even though I didn't like it as much as Infinity War, I think it's a solid conclusion to the not just to the Avengers saga, but to this like whole timeline. Um, I just think I think it made for a great conclusion. Even if I didn't like, even if I didn't like it as much as everyone else did, I did like Endgame, and I think it wrapped up the series quite well. Although, if you want to see what happens afterwards, you'd have to watch other Marvel movies like Spider-Man: Far From Home and Spider-Man: No Way Home. Oh, it's pronounced Eden. Oh, okay. That's stupid. Like if it's pronounced Eden, then why not just have the spelling be Eden? You'd have to change the name, but still like fuck it, whatever. Anyway, this is like the team's equivalent of Sonic '06, just complete rock bottom and an absolute failure at every level. Damn. So I might as well say that. Great conclusion to the series overall. Endgame. It's a fitting title. So yeah. Not much to say about End. Not. I don't think I have anything else left to say about Endgame. I'm glad I got to watch the Avengers movies because I know everyone's been talking about them. Like, cause it's like they're just really popular. So I'm like, might as well try and see what all the fuss is about. Just try them out because I had only watched like the first Captain America movie and the first Avengers movie, and I barely remembered them. So it was nice to revisit those and to watch everything else that came after for the first time. Apparently, it's Tony's joke to Peter about how he's dead and he's still saving his ass or something. Basically, my favorite ending of that year was the one where my hockey team, the Blues, won their very first Stanley Cup. One of the better, worst to fit underdog stories in recent memory. Nice. Worst to first, sorry. Just a shame that they are now kind of shit right now as well. Damn. Okay, what else was I gonna say? So, so yeah, Endgame, great movie. No, I didn't like it as much as everyone else did, but I still liked it. I should probably rank all these movies. I should probably rank them. Not in terms of how good they are. I'm not going to bother doing that. I'm just going to rank them in terms of what of how much I like them. So my it'll be my most liked movie to my least liked movie. What an experience this movie was, right? Okay, I should probably give out my ratings. Uh, oops. Okay, let's see. What was the first one? Captain Captain America Civil War. Let me think about these all the way through because I honestly normally I decide on ratings before I do Rantstreams, but here I was just like, fuck it, I'll decide later. So Civil War. 8.5 out of 10. I feel like that's a fair rating for it. Okay. Black Widow. Okay. Mm, if I want to be generous, 7 out of 10. If I don't want to be generous, 6.5 out of 10. So I guess I'll do 6.5 out of 10. Avengers Infinity War. Fuck it, 9 out of 10. And Avengers Endgame. Eh, 8 out of 10. That's how I feel. So yeah, I ranked Civil War higher than Endgame. Don't at me. Maybe I'll make Endgame 8.5. I guess I'll do it 8.5. That'll be nice. There. I'll just do 8.5. She makes a Marvel movie tier list, Pog, right? Though I'm sure people would disagree with me because I have because there are just because like literally I'm one of the people that like Spider-Man 3 more than Spider-Man 2. One of the few people that do. And everyone's good. If I make a list like that, if I ever become a professional critic and I make a list like that, people will literally want to stone me. Although technically it would be a subjective list, and I would point that out. I would say that up front. This is a subjective list and not ranking these movies based on quality. Because it would be very different if I it would be very different if I were. But like but yeah, that's I'm pretty sure people would stone me. The Kang Dynasty and Secret Wars. Oh, those are gonna be the next two Avengers movies? The Kang Dynasty will be the Avengers, whoever the fuck they are now. Fight an army of the Kangs, whoever the fuck will play him now. And we'll lose won't be as bad as when the Avengers lost to Thanos, but it'll still be brutal. Then Secret Wars will be about the surviving Avengers going through the multiverse and enlisting the help of the Marvel superheroes from the Marvel movies not connected to the MCU. So it feels like it's trying to do what Infinity War and Endgame did, but I guess differently. Like it's taking a similar it's using a similar idea but just executing it differently. I guess I don't know. Which include the original Spider-Man, X-Men, Fantastic Four, maybe even Daredevil. Nice. I like that the X-Men are going to be included because I love Wolverine. He was probably my favorite of all the X-Men, with Storm being a close second. I don't even remember who the other X-Men were. Let me look them up because I have not touched the X-Men ever since I was a teen. No, I don't want to know about the movie. Damn. Okay, let's see. Because literally all I remember. Here, hold on one moment. I'll be right back. Since you were a teen, so like 50 years ago, you old, you old man. Bitch, I'm 28. No, you're not going too far. Besides, I'm used to my own mods and friends on Discord taking pot shots at me. So like that's literally our thing. You guys take pot shots at me. I sometimes fire back. Anyway, I do feel a bit old though. I don't know why. I shouldn't because I'm 28. 28 is not even close to being old. Maybe it's because I just feel a disconnect from. I guess it's just weird because it's like, I'm no longer a teenager or a child, and you realize, holy shit, time flies, and I'm already almost 30. How does that happen? Oh, there are a lot of X-Men here. I don't care to. I'm not going to read through all that. There are so many here, and literally Wolverine and Storm are the only ones I remember. But anyway, okay, so let me rank my personal, as in subjective, so don't at me, list ranking of the Avengers movies. My top would be probably my top one, Avengers, oops, Infinity War, and then probably Avengers Endgame. Oops. Toby Spidey with Hugh Jackman's Wolverine. Ooh, okay. We might even get to see the Return of the Avengers themselves in some other timeline or universe, multiverse. At least that's what I think is going to happen anyway. Oh, okay. Basically, I feel like a man in his late 40s, but mentally, I feel like a young teen with the train of thought of a kid with ADHD, and I'm 20. I can see that. Like, I can see that happening to someone. Like, I literally turned 29 this year. Like, on October 2nd, I'll be 29. So that's like almost, it's like a little over 5 months away. Holy shit. Okay. So yeah, and I definitely do feel like I definitely do feel like I'm slowly losing my youth. So it's like it's just weird because it's like I guess it's weird because like at my job I used to be one of the youngest employees on the front end. Cashiering, bagging, stuff like that. Well, like yeah, like one of the youngest. Like I started when I was 20. And I still have the same job as a cashier. And it's like now it's like I'm slowly like I'm not really part of the youngest generation anymore. So yeah, just interesting. Anyway, let's see what else. Black Widow would probably be at the bottom. So let's just put it at the bottom. And again, I'm not doing this by based on quality. I'm just doing this based on the movies I like the most. Oh, right. Then I guess Black Widow would not be at the bottom. Let's see. There's Age of Ultron. Where would I put Age of Ultron? Probably above Black Widow, or maybe below. I don't know. I like Black Widow more. Let's see. Civil War. I guess we'll just put that here. Oh, see, I called it Avengers. Oops. Oh, right. I can't forget about Captain America, Winter Soldier, and the first Avenger. Um, I put both of those above Civil War in my. Sorry, I just like those movies more. I'll restructure this list in a moment. Hold on. And then there was one more. The Avengers, right. Okay, so where would I put the Avengers? I'll put it below Age of Ultron. Hmm. I'm trying to see how I can restructure. Let's see. Uh, which one do I like more? Winter Soldier or Civil War? I think I liked the Winter Soldier more. Let's see. So I think this is Black Widow. Hmm. I think this is it. Actually, I think that's how I would rank these movies based on how much I like them. So that's this is how much I like the movie. So Civil War would be my least favorite. Infinity War would be my most favorite. But I like all of these. Just I liked Infinity War most. Oh, there's gonna be a writer's strike. Uh-oh. For regarding the movie about the Dynasty King, the Avengers movie. Oh, and there's uh-oh. Someone's facing charges due to assaulting his girlfriend. Someone named Jonathan Majors, the actor for King. Uh-oh. That's definitely gonna affect the development of the new movie. Okay. Oh, you're gonna go get off? Okay, see you later, Scott. Thank you for being here. So I think maybe I should put Black Widow below these. Hold up. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, I think that list makes a bit more sense for me. Um, yeah. So so yeah, that's how I would rank these movies. Personally, that's how I would rank them. Now, of course, if we're going by quality, Black Widow would be at the bottom, and either Infinity War or Endgame or Civil War would be at the top. So, yeah. Anyway, that is how I would rank these. You remember the writer's strike there? Oh, damn. I believe you were in first grade. Oh, okay. I was 10 years old when that happened. I was 13. So I had no idea that such a thing even happened at the time. But yeah, okay. I said I wouldn't try to rank these based on quality because I feel like that'd be very hard. I found it easier with the Spider-Man movies, but this one I feel like it's just gonna be hard to do because I'm not sure if I could ever come up with a definitive list. But anyway, this was a lot of fun. I'm glad I got to do this. And I plan to cover, although to be honest, maybe I won't. Well, I feel like I should. I want to cover the Venom movies, and well, first of all, this is the end of the Rantstream. I don't have anything more to say. All these movies here were great. All these movies here are good. Well, most of them, but I enjoyed all of them. So anyway, I was gonna cover both Venom movies as well as Black Adam. Like let's cover all three in like one stream. But that's not gonna be now. It's probably gonna be it's definitely gonna be sometime next week, like maybe Tuesday or Wednesday. I don't know. And then I'll be done with movies for a while because I don't want to cover anything else. I'm trying to get back into doing streaming games because I really need to do Sonic Frontiers. That's what I'm gonna focus on next. And then Just Dance 2023, and then Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance. Are there any other ones I was planning on doing? I feel like there was one more game I was going to do, but I can't remember what it was. I don't know. Yeah, I'm same. I mostly like or love all of them, but yeah, they aren't without their problems. They all have problems, but I like these movies to varying degrees. My ranking would probably be Winter Soldier, Avengers, Endgame, Civil War, Infinity War, The First Age, Age of Ultron, Black Widow. Okay, that's fair. That's probably what my list would be if I were to rank these movies based on quality. That's probably the list I would go with. The list that Maple just typed up in the chat. That's probably the list I would go with. I might tweak it a bit. I feel like I would switch a few of those positions around, but other than that, I'm pretty much in agreement with that list if we're going by quality. But but I'm not saying that this is what Maple's list would be based on quality. It could easily be but just what he likes most and what he likes least. But but if I were to make a list on that would rank these movies based on quality, it would look something like what Maple typed in the chat. But I'm glad I got to watch these movies. I'm happy you actually recommended them to me, Maple. So thank you. And I actually finally got to understand what the hell was going on at the beginning of Far From Home. As well as I got to understand quite a bit of what was happening in Homecoming too. Although to be fair, you don't need to watch the Avengers movies to understand to follow the basic plot of Far From Home and Homecoming. But watching the Avengers movies does help a bit. You really do like Guardians 3, don't you? If you're gonna rank it that high. Rocket Raccoon. Rocket Raccoon is awesome. I really do like his character. His character was the most endearing to me out of all the Guardians. Mantis, I didn't really care too much for. She's okay to me. Uh, what was Groot? Groot was all right. I liked Groot. He was kind of funny, although he didn't really talk much, and you couldn't really understand most of what he was saying. I actually kind of liked him. Phil can fuck off. Um, Tomorrow was cool, and there was just one other guy. I cannot remember his name. Drax? Is that his name? Drax? I think that's what his name was. But Rocket's my favorite. I'm sorry, I just love Rocket. I like characters like him. He feels like he feels kind of like in a way he's like a furry version of Yelena. He's got that funny and sarcastic wit, you know? While at the same time being able to kick ass. Now I'm actually curious as to how the Guardians of the Galaxy movies are. I'm curious as to how they are. I might even give them a try. But I'd have to watch the first two because I would not be able to. I probably wouldn't be able to follow along with the third movie. I'd probably be able to understand the basic plot, but I probably wouldn't. I'd probably be missing out on quite a bit. So Rocket is just too good. I love him, right? He's my favorite too, Maple. I love him. I just love him. Drax the Destroyer. Okay, I was right. It was Drax. Okay. Drax was pretty cool too. It's really just cool I don't like. At least in Infinity War. I'm sure he's better in the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, but in Infinity War he sucks. He sucks. Sorry, not sorry. Nebula. Oh right, Nebula. I liked her too. Actually, Nebula would probably be my second favorite character too. So it'd be Rocket and then Nebula. And then I'm trying to think. Rocket, then Nebula, then I guess maybe Drax, and then Groot, and then Mantis, and then Quill. So that would be my ranking of those characters. You find all of them to be so damn lovable that it's hard to choose a favorite. I don't have that problem. That's fuck Star Lord. But again, this is just an Infinity War. He certainly, certainly, Infinity War is Shao's character. Oh my god. There are two post-credit scenes, by the way. Yeah, you mentioned that at the beginning of the stream, sometime at the beginning, or at least at some point you mentioned that. So I'll be sure to stay around for the credits. I always do, but I'll be watching out for those two post-credit scenes. I believe one of the Avengers movies had two ending scenes as well. I can't remember which one it was. I think it was no, it was the first Avengers movie actually. There were two post-credit scenes, or at least one that took place right before the credits and the one that took place after. Like I think, like the first one was like with I think it was Thanos or something like that, looking at Earth from a distance, because he was on his destroyed ship or whatever or destroyed colony. I think that was him. And then the other scene is just the Avengers eating at some fast food restaurant in complete silence. It was just funny. I think that was it. But anyway, the second one gives a hint of a character that will appear in the future. Oh, okay. I'll be on the lookout for that. Hmm. Wow, what a rant stream. How long have I been streaming? 4.5, not 4.5, 4 hours and 15 minutes. Oh, close to that. Okay. But yeah, I'm glad to have finally watched all these movies and to have heard your opinions on these movies. And I had a few controversial opinions where I actually liked Black Widow and wasn't too, and found Civil War and Endgame a bit underwhelming. Again, don't stone me. That's just how I feel. Don't stone me. But yeah, that was fun. Feel like after I covered the Venom movies and Black Adam, I'm probably just gonna take a break from As I said, I'm gonna take a break from movies. I do want to eventually cover all the DreamWorks movies, but that will be a long while from now. Because I'm like over halfway there. So yeah, I do want to cover all the DreamWorks movies. Yes, even the bad ones. Even the bad ones. I don't know what else to say, so I'm just gonna end the recording. The Mario movie has now made $1 billion. What? It feels like the Minions movie all over again, where a movie that's just mid ends up doing really well at the box office. And I'm just like, all right, wow. Although to be fair, the Mario movie is better than the Minions movie. The Minions movie is just so basic. It just exists. The only reason it even did well is because people were so crazy about the Minions, and they still are. Like you can't watch an Illumination movie without some reference to the Minions. You can't. You just can't. Not even in the Mario movie, where like right before you watch the movie, there's this little clip of this minion doing something stupid, just so that it can introduce the Illumination name or whatever. Like how the Illumination movies usually do that shit. It's yeah. But anyway. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was better than the Minions movie. So at least the Mario movie kind of deserves its success. And I say kind of because again, I think it's overrated, but whatever. But it's better than Minions. At least there's that. It might be my favorite Illumination movie now. That's fair. Mine will always be Despicable Me 1. But the Mario movie isn't bad. At least there was effort put into it. Because we all know that Illumination doesn't like trying most of the time. So this was refreshing. It could have still been a better movie, especially regarding Luigi's treatment, but at least at least it was not shit. I feel like this movie, Despicable Me 1, and maybe Rise of Gru and Despicable Me 3, I feel like those were the only movies where Illumination actually tried. But yeah, that's just me. And I guess the first Sing movie as well. I feel like they put some effort into that. 'Cause it did feel like they did put some effort into it, but it just wasn't a good movie. Whereas with Sing 2, they did not try at all. I guess you could say the same for the Secret Life of Pets movies, where it was like with the first one. Well, I guess they tried in both, but the first one was better. Unarguably, it was just better. And even then, it still kind of sucked. It's just Illumination. It's like there are just moments where they do seem like they want to try, but even when they try, they still kind of half-ass it in the end. It's like, guys, you gotta do better. But Nintendo was like, you better not do that shit with this movie. Just stay the fuck out of the plot, and we'll take care of the rest. You work on animating, and thank God they did. But that's enough digressing. Let me just go ahead and stop the recording. That's all I have too. That was a lot of fun. Anyway, I guess I'll just end the stream then. Wow, that was fun. But again, we will try to cover, I guess, and the next game I will try to cover is Sonic Frontiers, but I have to play through it first. I still have 4 more islands to go through. I'm not going to enjoy playing through the game. I'm just going to be upfront about that. But I will play through it because I don't feel like that's a game I can just play blind without getting stuck a lot. So I'm not going to do that. Like I feel like with RPGs in general, you should not play them blind because they tend to be long, and if you waste time, you're just going to make them even longer. So, but whatever. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching this rant stream. I'm Team 15. I'll see you guys next time. So until then, deuces and goodbye.